second day of the meeting. Just to record our thanks to our colleagues at OCC for hosting us last night. I think it was a very enjoyable evening. My only concern was I hope the fact that the president of OCC does weekly broadcasts isn't a portent for IPSASB, although maybe that's something for my successor. But anyway, no, thank you very much. It was a lovely evening, and I think certainly perhaps at least one of the members of staff was interested in becoming an OCC member based on questions. But very nice, and thank you very much. Yes, again. Before we actually start, Ross, you've got a couple of announcements to make, and then we'll move into materiality.
Yes, just a couple of quick ones. Firstly, we are doing the board photos today. So I think some of you have already had your picture taken, but we'll be doing that throughout the morning. And also we'll be doing a board photo at lunch on the stairs where we did the forum photo. The board will be doing it there. So please don't disappear right after lunch, board members. Follow staff right down, do the photo, and then go for your lunch. And we'd really like to have everyone who's here go to the photo. And we'll also be doing a staff one. So staff members, please don't disappear. We'll be right after the board and try and do a staff photo. Later in the day, we're having a social event this evening on the 16th floor, rooftop, 5:30. Casual dress is fine, and I'll remind you again later in the day. But just make sure you join us for a drink on the roof. Thanks.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Ross. That's an incentive for after a hard day's work today. Without further ado, we move into the definition of material, and over to Agustina.
Thank you, Ian. Good morning, members, technical advisors, observers, and staff. Now on my role as a staff and not MC, we'll be discussing the agenda item 5. So we receive the responses to exposure draft 93, definition of material, the project scope. I'm just showing the Making Materiality Judgments project timeline. So we started with phase 1, followed by phase 2, and then phase 3. But I wanted just to discuss that this first phase is about the changes to the conceptual framework and bringing this into, to IPSAS 1 and other IPSAS. The first agenda item 5.2.1, it discussed the review of responses to the exposure draft and the approach followed by staff. The exposure draft had 4 parts. The first one focusing on the clarification of the concept of materiality in chapter 3 of the conceptual framework, while part 2 was proposing making amendments to the definition of material for alignment with the conceptual framework. And part 3 and 4 are more kind of consequential amendments based on what we're doing in part 2. The exposure draft received in total 30 comment letters from all regions and representative of all functions and our languages. So agenda item 5.31 includes that discussion with all the stats. And then what we see that we are looking to achieve today is to discuss the responses to each part of the ED, as well as other comments that we received, and the approval of the final pronouncement, depending on the discussion going. So with that, if that's okay, I'll be moving to agenda item 5.2.2 for the discussion on the part 1 comments.
Thanks, Agustina. So just check that whether there's any observations generally before we move into the material. Okay, that's good. Thanks. So move us into the first item.
Thank you, Chair. And do please that as we discuss each agenda item, if you have comments that were incremental to the ones identified by staff that you didn't see reflected, do bring it up to me. But this is what staff has analyzed and noted throughout the agenda items based on the responses. So the first agenda item with analysis and a recommendation for the IPSASB is agenda item 52.2, and there are the review of the responses to part 1 of ED 93. Specifically, this part, as I was saying earlier, look to clarify that the decisions about making materiality judgments need to reflect the information needs of primary users, this being service recipients and resource providers of general purpose financial reports instead of all users. The feedback that the IPSASB received was supportive of the proposal to add the word primary ahead of users in the specific paragraph 3.32 of the conceptual framework, as well as the footnote. We also received some suggestions of additional revisions to the description of materiality. What staff consider as reviewing these comments is that the description of materiality in the conceptual framework was consulted as part of ED 81, and the IPSASB went through the due process and approved the updated to the conceptual framework in October 2023. So staff did not look to reopen those discussions, as that was not the scope of the project itself. There was other concerns raised regarding the footnote, either of the use of the footnote or the wording on the footnote, and I think we'll be discussing how to approach that. What staff did, luckily I have been blessed with academics liking the projects I have been assigned, so Barrett, during that time, we did an independent review, and we then discussed our findings of whether the paragraphs within the conceptual framework were clear on the context of how to understand the term user when it was not qualified. Additionally to that, what you're going to notice is that through the papers, there's a repetitive theme since the ED is such a target update about materiality. So I'll be repeating myself a little bit as we go through the papers. But what we have noticed is that a few respondents kind of clarify and urge the IPSASB for the development of phase 2. So they kind of noted that, yes, we support you adding the word primary in front of users on the paragraph of the conceptual framework. However, we think that the guidance coming out of phase 2 will be the one that addresses the concerns about uncertainty on making materiality judgments by entities. With that, I would like to recommend the IPSASB to proceed with its decision to add primary ahead of users in paragraph 3.32 of the conceptual framework. And I will pause there ahead of moving to the footnote.
Okay, so comments, please, from members on the staff recommendation. Mike.
So thank you, Chair. It's just on the footnote. So first, thank you very much through going through our literature. After that addition in the footnote, I had really the feeling of kind of inconsistency, let's say. So once again, the question doesn't make sense to use it in the inconsistent way without within our literature, because we now stating, okay, in some instance it refers to that, and in other instances it refers to different meaning. To my mind, doesn't look very, let's say, professional. So that we clearly said, okay, we are inconsistent.
So, Mike, just to confirm, then, are you saying that you don't support having a footnote? Or is it the wording of the footnote? Because I want to come back to the actual footnote itself, but actually what I'm looking for at the moment is confirmation with the overall direction that staff are proposing, that we insert primary and we have a footnote.
Yeah, so in terms of the footnote itself, I'm not the greatest fan of footnotes, because if we have to say something, it's better to have it in the core text, but I can live with that. Yeah, it's more in the content of the footnote I'm really struggling with.
Okay, so we'll come back then to the contents of the footnote. Patricia.
Thank you. I think the footnote doesn't address the problem in relation to the terms used in the conceptual framework and in other IPSAS. Okay, thank you. And in my view, the users of IPSAS don't have the same knowledge as us, don't have the same expertise as us. I think we need to change these words in the conceptual framework and all the IPSAS, and use a specific term, users of primary users or other groups users, because for us is editorial, but for the users of IPSAS, no. Thank you.
So, I mean, I can understand your position in terms of the IPSAS, but what we're discussing at the moment is just the conceptual framework. So, you know, from that point of view, the conceptual framework is non-authoritative, and it's for us. And I do think in this context, one of the things that personally, I think I lay quite a lot of store by is the exercise that staff have done where they have gone through the conceptual framework, and this was Agostina and Berit independently went through the conceptual framework references and came to the same conclusions in terms of what it meant in each case. And there are a lot of cases, I can't remember the number, but it's quite significant. So I can appreciate the point you're making, but I think it's very important. It's very important for me anyway, that I got a lot of assurance from the fact that contextually, wherever it's used, actually it is clear.
Because Agostina could confirm, but some respondent question about other IPSAS too, the use of the primary users in relation to other IPSAS too.
Yes. So on the following agenda, item 52.3, where we discussed the responses to the amendments to IPSAS, it was raised, but I thought that potentially, and I will say, as I was organizing the papers, my thought, how do we discuss it? But I thought the best way to discuss it is first focus on the conceptual framework and then move into IPSAS, as to separate that discussion. But we did receive a similar comment, yes.
Okay, thanks. Karen.
A question more than anything else, really. I agree. Footnote is perhaps not the most desirable way, although it may be the pragmatic way of dealing with it. So my question is around, staff have said that there would be some delay if we went through and made all the changes. So it would be good to understand what are we talking about in terms of the amount of work and the amount of time that would be needed if we went down that road. And the sort of secondary question is, if we go with the footnote, at what point would we imagine that we could get rid of the footnote and embed it throughout the conceptual framework? So sort of just in terms of making a decision, understanding what the other options are would be very helpful.
Yes. So from that perspective, staff consider that if we were to kind of like go through the conceptual framework and start like switching the terms, you will have at least a quarter for the IPSASB to look at that and agree or disagree with that changes. And I think then the question will arise of if you need to re-expose because you're changing a lot of chapters beyond just the chapter that we were focusing.
So can you just tell us the number? Because it's quite astonishing,
the number. Yes, the total numbers of times that the word appear, I think, is on my paper, and it's 193 times.
And the board would need to consider each of those 193 instances before then proposing changes.
And staff also considering that if we look at what we're doing right now in the scope of the project, all of this guidance is existing guidance. This project did not introduce the description of primary users or the fact that the general financial reporting reports and standards are meant for the use of the information needs of primary users. So we did also consider the fact it's existing guidance. We're not making substantive changes. We just wanted to focus on materiality to help address the needs of users when the IPSASB consulted in 2021 as to what was needed to help them make materiality judgments in the preparation of financial statements. So that was also the consideration from a staff perspective to prioritize the development of guidance in phase 2. Thank you.
Does that help just in terms of, because it is a not inconsiderable piece of work?
it is useful to understand that, but so in terms of being able to remove the footnote at some point in the future, is there a staff thought about what that might look like, or is that just something we're going to live with until there is the next review of the conceptual framework? So just to understand that.
I think the thought from a staff perspective that if the IPSASB decided to go that route, you could do it two ways. One is as part of this project. It's not the recommendation from staff. Another way to do that, it could be through improvements as to handle that kind of, in a way, cleanup of terminology across both the conceptual framework, and just because we're talking about it now, also for IPSAS, if there was a decision to insert that word across both of them.
So, and it is consistent with the approach that the ISB has taken. So I think it's a question of, I mean, all of this comes down to a question of prioritization in terms of resources. Probably there's also an optics case from an external, do our constituents really want us to go through and do all of this? Ross.
Yeah, just maybe in context and why we really started this work as well is because we're going to be doing the materiality practice statement and bringing that over. And one of the big issues on that is they use primary users. And we had intended all along that we would have primary in there when we updated the framework before. It really wasn't editorial. So I think the footnote actually addresses the inconsistency. And I think anyone who reads it will be clear on what we mean by primary users, especially when we finish the practice statement that gives guidance on how to apply materiality, which is where people are struggling. People, I don't think, are struggling because of how we've talked about it in the conceptual framework. I think people are struggling when they actually go to apply materiality. It creates a lot of questions. And that project on the materiality practice statement is going to give a practical document that's worked really well for the ISB and their users, a way to actually work through the materiality process. So the real fix here is us getting on with the materiality work and getting this done. So if you want the staff to put this on the work program as something to look at in the future, as part of a broad cleanup project, I think that's more than realistic. But to spend a lot of time now with all the things we have to go and make sure we've got the primary in the exact place in our conceptual framework, which isn't authoritative, it's not really a good use of our time.
I mean, there probably is a case for actually having a kind of laundry list for the conceptual framework for picking up at some stage in the future, because there are bits and pieces that we come across from time to time where we think, well, we could fix that and we haven't quite done that and so on. And that maybe is the way to do it, actually, is as we, because inevitably as we're using it, you find things that don't quite work or, well, don't think we really quite intended it that way. So I think, maybe this is a classic case of, okay, let's have a laundry list, which is sort of chapter by chapter. What are the things that when we get around to it, we'll come back and we'll fix that. And that might be the better way to do it. Patricia, you want to come back? Sorry.
Is there an expectation for this project to fix to clean? No. Okay. If the decision is to retain the footnote, I agree with Mike, need to be elaborated because this footnote is not informative.
Yeah, we're going to come back and discuss the footnotes in a minute, but I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page that we are having a footnote and we're making the change to primary. Scott.
I just felt the need to comment in favor of the footnote. So get a little balance. We sent it out. Actually, recipients didn't have a problem with what we did. So I think we ought to listen to the people who responded to us, that they understood what we were trying to do. So I would be supportive of the wording of the footnote in a minute, but I think supporting what we're doing at this point, particularly to the priority items we have. I think we need to I think if we voted, sent out and asked the constituents, should we spend a year fixing users on a conceptual statement, I don't think we'd get a lot of support for that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Scott. Renee and Claudia.
Yes, thank you. I also want to come in to support the footnote. It was reassuring that the staff did the count, and also that you've validated that where it's used in its context, it's clear what it's meant to be. for me, the footnote is not just a project management issue matter. It's also to keep the conceptual framework accessible, easy to read. So personally, the IASB has done this, and we're aligning with it. I don't see a public sector specific reason to do something different. We can finesse the wording, but I support the footnote.
Thanks, Renee. Claudia.
So the original idea we had with the footnote, I support, but how those footnote is labeled now seems the wrong place, because that's small BC. Mainly, that's an explanation what we mean by. So I agree with Renee when she said what we expected to explain. Maybe we should be more clear on it. And then it's, for me, more a question if you come with mainly, if it's a footnote or an BC.
Okay, thanks, Claudia. So I think, from that, and it was useful to have that discussion. I think we are content that the change is supported in terms of insertion of primary, and that there needs to be explanation rather than the wholesale change. I think we start that list in terms of the conceptual framework. That is one of the changes that, as time permits in the future, would need to be considered. So perhaps. Agustina, you can take us then into the discussion about the nature of what we say, and possibly we also need to pick up that point in terms of just Claudia's point as well, if that's okay.
So just for confirmation, I think right now what I understand is we're proceeding with the decision to add primary ahead of users. There's support for the footnote, but there's a finesse as to the drafting of the footnote. And I think I will take that offline as to how to write it, because I think there's different views. There's some views of keeping it as it was written, as Claudia said, but discussing it better on the BCs on the mainly. So I could take right now how the footnote is written is that we kind of clarify that the majority of the places where the word user comes refers to primary, except for some instances, because it's true that majority of respondents were supportive of the footnote. There were some of them that call out. That is true. There's some few limited spaces. If you go to Appendix C of Agenda Item 52.2, that kind of call out, I think it's 10 paragraphs or so, where there's a broader context to it. So I just wanted to clarify on that. And I don't know if we could take that offline for the drafting.
Well, I'd just like to understand what the nature of the problems actually is with the drafting at the moment, because I think in this case, ordinarily, I would say, yes, take it offline, but I think this is actually probably more substantive. And ultimately, we may not be able to arrive at a landing, and we're not going to spend ages on this because it's important that we make the other changes, and we may need ultimately to bring this back. But I'd just like to understand, because there are a number of comments that have been expressed, and I think we just need to get those out on the table and see how far apart we are. It's okay.
So the footnote right now as written, it calls out that primary users and users are mainly referred to those recipients, service recipients and their representatives and resource providers and their representatives who must rely on general purpose financial reports for much of its financial information need. And then we say in some instances, the term users refers to all possible users. So it's that broader potential users that we were trying to ensure that the term users is understood by its more narrow description, which I acknowledge when we go to phase 2, it's not that narrow and there's going to be challenges to deal there, or other users other than primaries. So that is as written today.
So just to clarify, the wording that we went with in the ED, is that consistent with the wording from the ISB?
No. So when we expose, our wording was consistent with the ISB approach.
Yeah. Okay. So that was what I wanted to check.
Yes.
That the exposure version was consistent with the ISB. So we're all on the same page in terms of that was the start point. Ross. and then I'll take Andrew.
So like we normally do when we take something from the ISB, we've public sectorized what the ISB had. So we've taken our wording around users from the conceptual framework and replaced terms like investors, lenders, creditors with service recipients, resource providers, and terms from our conceptual framework. So this is what the board agreed when we put it out for consultation, and it's been adjusted for amendments from comments we received, mostly in the final tail of the footnote. So, that you can see in markup on the document. So it's very close to what the ISB had, but we've public sectorized it as we normally do.
Yeah. Okay. So we've applied our rules of the road approach in terms of changing terminology and what we exposed, because I think the question is actually, do we stick with what we exposed, or do we add wording, amend wording for the comments we've received? So that's where I think we just need to centre the discussion on that. So Andrew, if I can go to you first and then to Karen.
Thanks. I would support keeping the footnote as exposed. I think it's aligned with what the ISB did. I see no public sector reason to depart if I go through our frame or conceptual framework versus theirs. I think the current or the proposed redrafting to me leaves me more confused actually than what it actually helps. It says, well, sometimes we mean primary, sometimes we mean users, but we're not going to tell you when. Okay, not quite sure that that's actually helpful. So I think the original one where it says they're actually interchangeable, having gone through staff analysis in terms of sometimes where it's users, sometimes where it's primary users, I'm perhaps not fully aligned with how classes have classified that. The one time I think that within the core text in particular, we do actually do it. It's very clear that we speak about users who can demand their own reports rather than users of the general purpose financial statement. So I think it's easier to see that difference there. The rest are interchangeable. So I would support retaining the wording as exposed.
So I saw nods to that retention of the original wording. I think the members that have expressed concerns. Karen, you have a different view.
Well, I agree that additional sentence is more confusing, and it feels like it's undone all of the good work that you've done. I wasn't quite sure why the word mainly had been inserted when 2.4 says that they are. So I wasn't clear why mainly had gone in. I think if you are going to have an additional sentence, I would capitalize on the work that you've done and say that users are primary users, except for the paragraphs that you've identified where users are users, because there are not so many of those. But if you are going to put a sentence in, that's what I would refer to.
I mean, I think at the moment, most members seem to support actually retaining the wording that we went out with, which is consistent with the ISB's wording. So I prefer that actually we're debating that retention of that existing wording, because that seems to be commanding support. So I'd rather not start to wordsmith, because I think, as ever, it's one of these cases where less is more. Basically keep it simple rather than try to elaborate, because we always dig holes when we try to elaborate. Agustina, you want to come in before I go to Mari?
Yes, just a quick comment, Karen, was that paragraph uses the word users in both contexts, so it would be confusing to call out but just that clarification.
So Mari, you wanted to come in?
Yes, thank you. I understand the necessity of the word primary users as you explained about it in the consistency. However, I will tell about another story. Because when I did the sustainability reporting, they referred based on the conceptual framework, primary users. However, the climate-related information is so important, not only the representative, but also the public. So it is so the explanation should be needed in BC. From my point of view, it is the primary users meaning is clarified in the public sector context. Thank you.
So I think you're looking for some elaboration in the basis for conclusions there, Mari. Can you can you just comment on what we've got at the moment, Agostina?
Yeah, so at the moment, on the basis of conclusion, we call out the footnote, noting that is meant to clarify that the terms are used in the same way. We do say mainly because we kind of changed that footnote, but I will be happy to take it offline to enhance the drafting of the BCs. It calls out the fact that the BCs discuss why we added the word primary, but specifically on the footnote, it kind of clarifies that those are the intended users for the financial statement. So we kind of changed the wording, but we have added on the changes that we have made, we called out and included who are the primary users. So rather than just saying primary users, we changed to say service providers and resources providers, and we added some more clarification. But I'm happy to elaborate further on the BCs of what might not be reflected there right now.
So we're not going to add mainly in the footnote. The footnote will be as exposed as the proposal. And if there is a bit of finesse on the basis for conclusions that needs to be made, then I think we can do that offline. Ross?
Yeah, so if the board agrees to go with the exposed footnote, we'll have to update the BCs to remove some of the additional clarification. So it's pretty straightforward. And I think that gets us there on this. I know there's more to do once we get to climate and we discuss talking about how materiality is used and the broader context that Mari talked about, but I think that should be done in the climate BCs.
Okay, so we would see some proposed changes to BCs back on Friday morning. Okay. Well, let's just, we don't need to deal with that now. And I just want some advice later from staff on what needs to come out if we're not going to make this change. Adrian, do you have a different view to the majority?
No, I don't have a different view, but I have a comment to make. I can see the importance of discussing sex of angels for 30 minutes, but I do believe that staff gave the right explanation on that. Provided that the context does not create any ambiguity, we don't need to discuss endlessly. I mean, context is what is very important. It's attached to our principle-based way of setting up standards. So really, I think we should more often refer to the context that we create by the wording that we propose to the users.
Thanks. I think that's a good reminder. So I think where we get to is the board is content that we go with the existing wording that was as exposed. We just need to see what comes out effectively of the BCs, and that won't detain us from actually doing the approval on this. But if we can just get a sense then of what's going to change in finalisation. Okay. So I think that takes us through in terms of part one.
Thank you.
Adrian, you're not in anymore. No, okay.
Thank you for that decision and direction, and I'll bring the revisions and share them with the board on the BCs for part one of the pronouncement. So on part two, the proposals from the IPSASB were aligning materiality in IPSAS 1 with the conceptual framework that included the changes that ED 81 had done to materiality. Additionally, the addition of primary that the board just decided to proceed with on the conceptual framework. So those changes were brought into IPSAS 1 from the definition of material. And as well, there was one pronouncement from ISB on definition of material amendments to IS1 and IS8 back from October 2018 that the IPSASB decided to include as part of this project. So those explanatory guidance on materiality was included across IPSAS 1. The approach follow, similar to what Ross was saying early, is adapting that content for the public sector context, following our process of how to adapt ISB documents across IPSAS 1. The feedback received was that they were supportive of the proposals by the IPSASB, similar to what you heard for part 1 changes. There were some respondents that wanted additional changes to materiality consistent to what they were looking for on the conceptual framework. But the conceptual framework guides our decisions on IPSAS standards, so staff is not recommending to change them because of that. Also, as Patricia was noting, there was a suggestion to qualify the term users across IPSAS standards as well for clarity, and they're urged to start the developing of phase 2 guidance to address the issue. The considerations that staff took were the scope of the project itself regarding the qualification of the term users across IPSAS standards. Staff noted that the changes made to IPSAS 1 are not substantive changes and are made on existing guidance of the conceptual framework, and also consider the scope of what IPSAS prescribe, which is guidance to recognize accounting transactions and other events to inform primary users of general purpose financial statements. As such, there was a consideration not to qualify the term users across IPSAS. With that, I would like to recommend to proceed with the IPSASB decision to align the definition of material in IPSAS 1 with the conceptual framework and introduce those explanatory guidance on materialities in IPSAS 1. And I'll pass it to the chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Agustina. So any disagreement then with the staff proposal to proceed as exposed? Okay, not seeing any flags. Oh, sorry, Noyati.
Thank you, Chair. I support this proposal because that's the one that we are waiting for. Because I support this proposal, but the thing is whether because of there is something we have to amend the conceptual framework. Is it we have to wait the conceptual framework to be amended, or we have to proceed with the phase 2 accordingly?
Sorry, is the question whether we need to amend first the conceptual framework to then amend? Well, I think with the decision that the IPSASB just took on the agenda item 5.2.2, we will be amending the conceptual framework to add the word primary, and that will be carried through. It will all happen to be in one pronouncement, but you're going to have that alignment. Yes.
Meaning the project will start seamlessly with the framework amendment? No.
Sorry, maybe I'm not clear.
The point we were discussing earlier was we make the change in terms of inserting primary and we will have the footnote. We will not make changes all the way through the framework, but the changes we're talking now are actually in the authoritative material in the standards. So that helps.
Because I think is whether there is a delay on this project because of the amendment of the conceptual framework. But I make it I'm clear about that. Yeah.
Just to clarify, so based on the decision on agenda item 5.2.2, the conceptual framework will be amended, specifically paragraph 3.32. The addition of the word primary, and we will be inserting a footnote on paragraphs, 2.4, that will be as was exposed back in May. We're not going to be we're not making amendments to that footnote. It's going to be as it was exposed in ED 93, and those amendments will happen now, along with the suggestion to also amend IPSAS 1 as proposed in ED 93.
Okay, thanks, Agustina. Claudia.
Maybe Noyati, it would help you. We don't add primary in the whole conceptual framework, only in one position. We change the wording. So I agree with the proposal, but I think we have to change the BCs, which are, because we have BCs referring to footnotes in the conceptual framework. Conceptual framework is not authoritative. So we have to make clear, like in the BC, something like Renee explained. It gives the context in our standards if you refer to users or primary users.
Okay. Camara?
Thanks, Chair. I support the staff recommendation. I only have, because it's important to have the alignment between the definitions in the conceptual framework and the IPSAS standards. What about the cache basis IPSAS? There is a part of the definition. Will that be updated as part of this project or as an improvement project? Because for consistency reasons, I think if we are updating it, maybe IPSAS, cache basis IPSAS, even if it's not our priority, but there are jurisdictions using it. So to have a definition which is aligned with the conceptual framework.
Yes, thanks for that comment. So when we created the project brief, the decision was only to include accrual IPSAS. So cache IPSAS was not included as part of the project brief, and that's why you don't see a change, but I'll let Ross come in.
Yeah, and when we updated the cache-based IPSAS a number of years ago, we kind of wasn't a formal decision, but it was put on care and maintenance, as meaning we've made the updates to bring it up to date at that time, and the board wasn't going to invest time in it going forward. And I would say maybe a message to our users, if they really want to give users useful information, they need to get off the cache-based standard and get on the accrual standards.
Yeah, I mean, it was a holding position. And okay, so I think we're content to move ahead as staff has proposed. As Claudia mentioned, there may be some consequential edits then on BCs that need to be picked up.
Yes, so it's a given based on our conversation on Agenda 5.2.2 that BCs will be updated accordingly based on the decision by the board that the footnote needs to go to what it was exposed. So I will be making all of those revisions similar to Ross said, backing up changes or enhancing BC such as the conceptual framework, not referencing it and things like that. And I will share that with the board, and that comment will apply across all the agenda items that staff will revise BCs.
Okay, and if Agustina, you can just get some input from those members that have expressed an interest. So obviously, Claudia, if you're okay to just input to that would be really helpful.
Similar to all times that I revise BCs, I'll share with the members that have raised those concerns, so you're comfortable with them.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. So move us on then to the next slide.
Okay. So agenda item 5.2.4 are the review of the responses to part 3 of ED 93. Here, the proposal was simply replacing the description of materiality in IPSAS 3 with a cross-reference to the definition of materiality in IPSAS 1. The feedback received, it was supportive of the IPSASB proposals. We again heard comments about the description of materiality, suggestions, and similar comment on the qualification of the term users and the focus of developing phase 2 guidance to help constituents. It's consistent with IPSASB practice to not repeat definitions or descriptions when they are inserted in an earlier IPSAS. So staff consider that the replacement with a cross-reference ensures that there's no confusion with wording or going to two different places and within the scope of the project. So staff is recommending to proceed with the IPSASB decision to replace the description of materiality in IPSAS 3 with a cross-reference to IPSAS 1, and I'll pass it to the chair.
Okay, thanks, Agostina. So again, any disagreement with staff's proposed approach to moving forward? Not seeing any flags raised, so I think we're content to proceed as you proposed.
Thank you. Agenda item 52.5 was the proposed amendments to other IPSAS, specifically where the definition of material was quoted or referenced. The feedback, again, was supportive. One of the respondents did noted that IPSAS 20, a particular paragraph 22, had to be updated to align the terminology between IPSAS 1 and IPSAS 20. It was the word size. With the update to the definition of material, we now use the word amount. So staff is recommending to make that incremental amendment besides the ones proposed on the ED itself. And with that, again, the similar other comments that I have mentioned before of urge of developing on a scope of phase 2 guidance and a disagreement with softening of the materiality threshold. Staff is now proposing for the IPSASB to proceed with its decision of amending the following IPSAS. IPSAS 14, events after the reporting date, IPSAS 19, provision contingent liabilities and contingent assets. These two IPSAS were exposed with the changes for alignment in terminology. IPSAS 20, related party disclosures, is the incremental change that staff is proposing based on responses received to ED 93 for alignment in terminology. And then IPSAS 42, social benefits, and IPSAS 45, property, plant, and equipment, which both were exposed during ED 93. Thank you. I'll pass it to the chair.
Okay, thanks. So any disagreement with proceeding as proposed in the ED subject to the additional change to IPSAS 20? Claudia.
Thank you. I see that it's necessary, but what I'm wondering, all these IPSAS standard without social benefits are alignment standards with IFRS. So do we have then an issue with the aligned standards if we change this and it's not changed in the original standard? So I'm not sure what is then our way in these cases.
Thanks. Good point. Agostina.
Sorry, is your question, so do we... so what we did, are we talking about the fact that the amendments were coming from an ISB pronouncement and the incremental that we're doing from an IPSASB perspective?
No, I think Claudia is actually going back to the fact that with the exception of social benefits, all of the, well, and sort of IPSAS 45, but basically they all originally came from an IFRS, and therefore just checking that that doesn't build in an extra inconsistency by making the amendment.
Okay. No, from a staff perspective, I don't think there's an incremental inconsistency because we're aligning that to IPSAS 1, and it's an alignment for the conceptual framework that builds our decisions on IPSAS.
Thanks, David.
Thanks. It's just a question, and Ross has probably got the answer to this one. Do we need, in the amendments to IPSAS 20, do we need to put in the suggestion for paragraph 4? Given that materiality will have already been defined in IPSAS 1.
I don't actually have an answer for that, David. I'd have to think about it.
Sorry, I'm just looking for the... Oh. So this is consistent when we were doing the amendments during the ahead of the exposure. IPSASB had asked to add that cross-reference to IPSAS 1. So then we thought it was going to be helpful to have that, but I'm happy to take it offline and see whether it needs to be removed. We don't usually necessarily add cross-reference across all of them for definition because you have the glossary. But I know that when we were discussing Part 4 amendments, we added that because IPSASB had suggested that to have it across those other IPSAs.
Ross, you had a chance to think now.
I've caught up on where we are on this and do have a view. So with Augustina's helpful explanation, we don't have to have this. The board did ask for it. So if members think it should come out, we can take it out. Nothing's lost. It's redundant.
Anybody feel strongly about retention? Okay, so we take it out. Other than that, oh, Renee.
I just want to, just to clarify, we want to take it out only of IPSAS 20 because we've added it in the other IPSASs. So if it's not relevant there, are we still convinced it's relevant in the others?
Yeah, so the reason, thank you, Renee, for bringing that point. So staff, when we, ahead of exposing and approving the exposure draft, staff considered was relevant in IPSAS 3 to replace the description of materiality with a cross-reference to IPSAS 1. And then the IPSASB decided to create that cross-reference across all of the IPSAs that were part of Part 4. So I think a clarification question from me will be that if I'm removing it from, let's say, IPSAS 20, should I remove it from the other IPSAs while maintaining it in IPSAS 3? So I will only be removing it from Part 4, that cross-reference, because it is in the glossary, so you don't necessarily need it. But staff did recommend to have it in IPSAS 3 because this is where we're removing that guidance and it's consistent with the ISB approach.
I mean, to be honest, if we've exposed it and nobody's come back, can we just leave it? Because every time, and this relitigates yet another discussion that the board has actually had. So I think if it doesn't help, if it doesn't harm, let's just leave it as exposed. And that would be consistent across all of them. Okay, so we proceed as exposed, subject to the additional wording on IPSAS 20.
Thank you. That takes us to agenda item 5.2.6. So staff noted that there was other comments, editorial in nature, or outside of the different specific parts that I could point to, the changes to materiality or the improvements to IPSAS as a result of an ISB document. The recommendation from staff is to proceed with the suggestions from respondents that are enhancing ED 93 that were discussed in Appendix 8.1 and not to include revisions and editorials identified in Appendix 8.2. And I'll pass it to the chair.
Okay, thanks, Agustina. So I just want to check. We're not going to walk through each of the proposed changes in Appendix A1 individually, but I just wanted to check whether members had any comments on any of those proposed changes coming out of comments made by respondents. Okay, so I think we're content with those changes in Appendix A1. And then if I can just check with Appendix A2, those are the comments made by respondents that staff are not proposing to action. Are there any of those where members feel a change is required? Okay, I think we're fine with the recommendations in Appendix A2.
Thank you. And with that, we would like to do a page flip of the document ahead of its approval, acknowledging that I will be revising BCs and I will be sharing them and engaging with the members who have raised concerns with them.
Okay, and just to clarify on that, a reminder that BCs are non-authoritative, so that doesn't affect the proposed approval when we get there. Okay, Dave, so if you can take us through page by page.
So page 1 is the title page. Page 2. Page 3 are all deletions related to the exposure draft formatting. Page 4 are the same deletions. Page 5 is the table of contents. Page 6 is an introductory page. Page 7 is the beginning of amendments related to part 1. And we're going to update the footnote so it goes back to what was exposed. Page 8 is a continuation of part 1. Page 9 is the last page of part 1. Page 10 is the beginning of part 2. Page 11 continues part 2. Page 12 continues and finalizes part 2. Part 3 starts on page 13 and continues on page 14. Part 4 starts on page 15, continues on page 16, continues on page 17, and wraps up on page 18. And then page 19 and 20 are our legal pages.
Okay, so Agustina, back to you.
Thank you. If there are any editorials, I have received some already, but if you have any editorials, if you can send them to me by next Thursday, that will be great, acknowledging that I will be engaging you for BCs during this week. With that, I think with that, we get to the 5.2.7 for the approval of the final pronouncement.
Okay, thanks. So Ross,
So staff has presented the final content of the exposed pronouncement. I assert as technical director that due process has been effectively followed. Ian, I'll ask that you confirm on behalf of the board whether you agree.
okay, does any member disagree that due process has been followed effectively?
So now we can move to the staff recommendation on the vote. So as per normal process, I'll ask everybody to please raise their flags and just note for the record before we vote that we have 2 absences today. Angela Ryan isn't here and Abdullah isn't joining us online. So we have 16 members. So those who vote for, please raise your flag if you vote for approval of the final pronouncement. So I count 16 flags up. So that's unanimous for, and we have 2 absent. So 16 for, 2 absences, no votes and no abstentions.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
So in next step is just considering whether there's a need for a vote on re-exposure. Not seeing anybody. You have to vote against anyway to have a re-exposure vote. So that's not needed. So Andrew, you left your flag down. We don't have to do that today. And then the pronouncement has the effective date proposed as January 1st, 2027. So asking the board to approve whether they agree with the effective date.
Agustina, back to you.
From that perspective, a staff similar to the exposure period, I consider the nature of the standard is improvements in nature and is suggesting usually improvements are January 1st after its approval. That will make it January 1st, 2026. But a staff acknowledged on agenda item 5.2.7 that will give entities with the expected publication in October, late October, it will give them less than 2 months to implement. Not that the changes are significant, but we thought that considering where prior improvements were given more time to be implemented, that to be consistent with that, we will suggest January 1st, 2027. And that's why you have such suggestion. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustina. But just for confirmation, the change to the conceptual framework will be effective immediately.
Yes, thank you for that. In that same paper, thank you, Ian, for clarifying. The effective day of January 1st, 2027 is for part 2 to part 4, while part 1 will be effective once it gets published. So it will be in October of this year.
Okay. Just to confirm, anybody disagree with staff's proposal on effective dates then for the standards? Okay, so thank you very much, everyone, for the input on that. Thank you very much, Agustina, for guiding us through that and for all the hard work that's gone into that. I think that's a very good set of clarifications, you know, the greater consistency in our material will obviously be welcome from constituents. Good. Okay, so with that, we then move on to consideration of the issues around natural resources. So we'll just give Edwin a minute or so to come forward and get himself set up, and then we'll move into item 6. Okay, Edwin, welcome back.
Thank you, Ian. So I will now go through natural resources. And before I go into the technical papers, I'll just walk through the proposed timeline from now until approval of the standards. So at this meeting, we're going to talk about the revised definition of tangible natural resources. And we're also going to do a page-by-page review of the draft IPSAS that was attached in agenda items 6.3. So this is just a first draft that the board is looking at, and the expectation is that in October at the check-in, we will have another review of the draft IPSAS. And then the plan in December is to approve the final IPSAS on natural resources and also do a review of the feedback statement that we've agreed to provide back in June of 2025 this year.
So just to underline the fact that obviously you've got all the amendments in the version that we're going to review now, cumulatively from the decisions that have already been taken, and then subject as well to further changes. So that all of those changes will be accepted in the version that you see in October, and that will have the incremental changes that come out of our discussions at this meeting. So it looks quite messy at the moment, but that's so that you can see and approve all the changes made up until now. And then what you see in October will just be those changes coming out of this meeting. We thought that was the most helpful way through from a board perspective to see the changes coming through.
Okay. So the first technical issue is on the proposed definition. And I'm going to split this up into the actual proposal of the definition itself and also the supporting application guidance. So that'll be on the next slide. But on this slide, so what staff did was at June, we were given a number of instructions. The first one was to shorten the definition and move some of the explanation to the application guidance. And as you can see, we have done that. We were also told in June to remove the definitions of tangible natural resource and natural resource, because those two terms are not actually used on a standalone basis in the IPSAS. And we originally proposed them in anticipation of a non-financial reporting standard on natural resources. But then the feedback we got from the board was, well, if that's really the case, we should really wait until we're developing those standards and then introduce the definitions at that time. We were also told to, I guess, decide between conservation or preservation. So that will be on the next slide. And then also on the next slide, we will talk about having more guidance on what is considered the primary intended use of the asset. But stepping back into the definition, so what staff did was we looked at the key characteristics that were in the original proposed definition that was in June. And we noticed that there were really 4 characteristics. So it was really items that were naturally occurring, which embody service potential, has physical substance, and held for conservation. So based on those characteristics, we came up with one unified definition. So we're now proposing to say a tangible natural resource is a naturally occurring tangible asset that is managed to prevent its degradation. So really what we did was we took the definition from June, and instead of elaborating on degradation within the definition itself, you'll see on the next slide that we've really just moved the explanation to the application guidance. I know I received a number of comments just on the definition itself, so I'm going to pause here before I go to the application guidance and see if...
Could you just present the application guidance so that we've got the whole picture before we actually dive into wording?
Okay. So in terms of the supporting application guidance, what we did was, if you recall in June, we were essentially saying that degradation is really a reduction in the service potential of the item. So that has been moved to the AGs. We haven't really changed the underlying principle, but we've just elaborated that degradation can result from a number of events. It could be both use of the resource by the entity or a third party, or it could result from something like a natural disaster. And we've also added consideration that in some cases, there could be a decline in the quality or quantity of the resource based on the natural cycle of the item that we're talking about. So if you're thinking about a living resource, for example, within a population, it is natural for some individual organisms to die off and being replenished by new births and reproduction. So that itself isn't considered degradation. You really have to look at the specific facts and circumstances for each resource. We've also explained conservation and preservation. So the Natural Resource Task Force actually looked at this last year. And in a lot of existing literature, preservation is actually within the definition of conservation. So that is one of the reasons why we chose to go with conservation. And also when we looked at some of the definitions that were used by government entities, we did see that conservation was used more for natural items, whereas preservation was used for human-made items, such as works of art. So because of that, we actually decided back then that we would use conservation. But what we've done in the AG is we've explained that both of these words really have the same meaning. And, just for the purposes of drafting in this IPSAS, we have chosen to use conservation to be consistent throughout. And lastly, in terms of distinguishing between heritage assets in IPSAS 45 and tangible natural resources held for conservation under this standard, we have added AGs to say that really the distinction is based on the primary intended reason for holding the asset. If it's intended to be held for conservation, then it should belong in this standard. Whereas if you're holding it to provide services or to produce goods, but you also happen to be conserving various aspects of it, then it would actually be within PP&E or IPSAS 45. So I'll pause there for comments.
Okay, so I think probably the way I'd propose we address this is let's just check for each of these areas that we're on the same page in terms of the approach that's been taken, and then we will go back up to the definition, because I think if we're all clear we agree with the approach that's been taken, then we can go back to the definition. So if I can just check whether anybody has comments on the approach to degradation that's outlined there. Go ahead.
Could you repeat, please? Could you repeat about?
So what I want to do is just make sure that, because all of these points actually build then to what goes into the definition. And I would just like to make sure that there is agreement amongst the board as to the approach that staff have taken on the components of what eventually needs to go into the definition. And that's why I'd like to just check that in terms of the approach that Edwin's explained on each of those issues, that actually we have agreement within the board, and then we can look at the final wording. So I wanted to check that the approach that he's outlined there on degradation, actually members are in. I'm not talking necessarily about wording at the moment, but I just want to make sure that we're thinking about this in the same way, because then we can have the discussion. Okay, go ahead, Patricia.
It's very hard to understand because I think when I discuss the wording definition, you discuss the approach in the text too. I'm confusing about what you suggest we need to do now. Sorry.
All I'm trying to do is go bottom up to make sure, because if we're not in agreement with the underlying principles, then we won't get to a landing on the definition. So that's why I'm just trying to make sure that we're on the same page in terms of understanding the approach that's been taken to each of these key aspects, and then we can come back to the wording, if that's okay. So I wanted to just check we're okay with the approach on degradation, then we're okay with conservation versus preservation, and then we're okay with this point about classification and the approach that's been taken to that. Does that now make sense then? So you want to come back in on that,
Okay.
Patricia?
I think the how to classify or to distinguish heritage and natural resource is not clear. I think the way used to do this, it's not the best way.
Okay, so you have a problem with that part. Are you okay then with degradation and conservation versus preservation? Because I just wanted to make sure each of those parts is okay. Okay, that's good. Karen.
I'm also on the distinction between tangible natural resources and heritage, and I think it's about the use. So you've got an example here in AG5 about, you know, walking. If you've got walking trails, then it's kind of PPE. But I think there's a question about what's incidental or not, because otherwise the suggestion is, or what I've inferred from that, is that for anything to meet the definition here, nobody can access it. Yeah, you know, you've got to completely shut it off, which doesn't seem to fit in terms of kind of culture and experiential gains that you might want to have. So I get the point that if you're operating it primarily for consumption, if you like, that's the overriding purpose, then you might be in PP&E. But if you've got, I'm thinking about Yellowstone, massive park, there might be some walking trails in that. Is that incidental to why you're holding the asset? And if it's incidental to it, can it then fall within this category? Or is by the fact that you've let anybody in mean that you're in PP&E? And that's not entirely clear to me.
Okay. So, I mean, clearly we've got some problems in terms of both Karen and Patricia have expressed a problem about that final point. Does anybody else have a problem with the degradation or conservation versus preservation? Before I get Edwin, before we just need to discuss this. Okay, so now Edwin, if you can go back to Karen's point.
Yeah, so I was going to elaborate more on the classification. So we actually got comments from New Zealand on the AG paragraphs that you were referring to. And their view is that in practice, the way we're suggesting to go about this would not work because they don't really have properties or land that is clearly held for conservation and the ones that are clearly held for public consumption. It's always mixed use, so it'll be very hard to parcel out what exactly is what. So their suggestion was actually, should we step back and say, well, the proposed accounting in this standard and what the accounting is in IPSAS 45 is really substantially the same. So should we really say, well, it's really up to prepared judgment and specific facts and circumstances related to each individual resource and say the accounting is really the same, so leave it up to judgment and just explain that in the basis of conclusion. So that is one way we could go about it. The other comment that I have received is go back to what we proposed in June, which is to amend the definition of heritage asset and strip out environmental features, because that's really what's causing the overlap. And I know Andrew had a comment on that, so I'll let you jump in. But
Yeah, so I also have confusion with the distinction between what's going into PP&E versus what's sitting in this standard. And I think the discussions around scope, unit of account, and primary purpose, that they're all interrelated. And I don't think that that's coming across clearly in the ED as it's currently drafted, because you've got to go through those discussions. Firstly, I think, what is the unit of account? Are there multiple units? Is it one? Once I've worked out what that one is, what is the primary purpose for that individual one, and therefore which standard do I get into? And I don't think that's very clear or user-friendly. I think some of the AGs and the IGs that we've currently got drafted actually confuse those 3 points. So I think there is a lot of drafting that's in there. I think I then do have a different view, as Edwin said, to New Zealand in terms of leaving this open to interpretation. For me, it should be clear which standard you're going to be in. And so my proposal would be, I think, the biggest area of distinction between the two is heritage versus what's sitting in conservation. Going and reading through the examples that we've currently got, or the explanation that we've got, it's not clear to me which is which. So my proposal would be to go back to what was exposed, remove all of the conservation type items out of heritage, that we move those into this standard, and that creates a clearer distinction for me.
That sounds quite radical surgery. So just clarify what you're, because we're going to have to walk through this, but I'm just trying to ascertain where we've got, what sort of approach is actually going to command support from the board.
So to 45, there's not radical surgery. It's going back to what was exposed, which was to delete, I think it's 2 or 3 words out of the definition of heritage. And that for me would help clarify the scope. Within this standard, there is a little bit more surgery that's required, but I think it's to the parts that we're actually proposing to now include. So we're proposing these changes anyway. It's just, let's work on those to help make those 3 elements more clear, to help drive again the scope and the unit of account.
Edwin, can you just clarify for me, what decision did the board make in terms of, because I thought we decided last time round that we were not going to proceed with the amendments that we'd exposed to the heritage definition, and now Andrew's proposing that we walk back on that decision.
Yeah, so in ED 92, we did propose to amend heritage or heritage assets, and we received 1 or 2 comments that said, well, would it really make sense to do that? Because if you did the scoping properly, once you're in 45, you wouldn't even consider the standard or this natural resources standard. So to the for the constituents who wrote in for that, their view was that you would have already made this determination before coming into the standard. And listening to all the feedback now, it seems like it's not really clear cut, and amending heritage assets would be a clearer way to say these items are in 45 and these items are in this proposed standard.
Okay, so I've got some other flags up on that now, but it does seem to me that we've got to get to these issues, because there's no point in trying to clarify the definition if we haven't actually dealt with this issue. So I think probably, Karen, it was you first, then Patricia, then Renee.
Edwin, can I ask a clarification point? If we made those changes in 45, would that make the example that's in AG 5 redundant? Would it look different? I'm just trying to kind of work through the implications, because I'm okay with something being principles based and making a judgment, but I think we've got to give people clearer guidance if we want them to do that, because I think at the moment, as has been said, it doesn't work. So what would happen to AG5, just so that I'm clear on the implications?
I think AG5 would make it more clear that you have items that are naturally occurring that are conserved would be within this standard. So it would be very black and white that there is no in. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that. So I go to Patricia and then to Renee.
Yeah, I agree to retain the amendments in the EG, because in fact, the only characteristics that distinguish heritage in IPSAS 45 and the natural resource is naturally occurring, because all both assets have physical substance, embodied service potential, and are conserved. And then I think the proposal is to retain the amendments in EG, delete the natural as a characteristic of heritage assets, and other changes in the other part.
Thanks, Patricia. Renee.
Yes, thank you. I think what I heard from some constituents is that in the reality is you can be conserving a natural resource that is classified as heritage or considered heritage. So I just want us to acknowledge, if we are making that delineation, basically we're saying that in 45, if we have an heritage asset, it wouldn't be a natural resource. Like a natural resource held for conservation goes in the held for conservation standard. So we are making a very clear delineation, but there may be those users that are conserving it in addition to having it identified or classified as heritage. So for these, are we creating an issue? So as a board, are we acknowledging that this may actually be a reality? I like the clarity. I like that we are delineating between the two. And at the end of the day, the outcome is the same. So that also, I think, is not creating diversity in accounting. But I think maybe we need to tease this out. If that is our view, that we wanted to have clear delineation, notwithstanding the fact that maybe in reality, you could be arguing both ways, right? Based on what you're doing with it. So I just thought maybe I wanted to just clarify this is that we're at least acknowledging the reality.
So, Edwin.
Yeah, so this would essentially say that natural heritage items are in this standard. And to me, it seems to be a much more easier way to delineate. Yeah.
I mean, I'm seeing nods in terms of actually in favour of making that delineation. I think there is the overriding point that because of the way we've approached the development of tangible natural resources, yes, the accounting should essentially be consistent between the two standards. So to an extent, that's not quite such a cliff edge in terms of either it's in 45 or it's here. But I think it's a very much a valid point that needs to be made. Now, I recognise. So I was going to say I recognise if the core proposal here is that we do go ahead and make that change in terms of the description of heritage items in 45 to create that split, then there are consequentials in terms of how we explain it. But I want to make sure where members are on that point before we proceed further. So just open up for comments from other members who haven't yet contributed. But so far there seems to be a groundswell towards making that change and then getting a clearer split. Claudia.
I'm sorry. What is the proposal now, that we retain the definition or the changes to heritage assets from the exposure draft? Okay. Okay. Even if the accounting is the same, but the disclosure requirements are different. One times I expect they declare it as heritage assets, and the other time they declare as natural resources. So at least it's relevant. Even we have a primary use, but there's always something to add on it. The accounting outcome is the same, so normally said doesn't matter, but we request to have different disclosure if it's in this category or in this box. Even to have a separate line item. And that's why it's matter. That's only, we should really clear where's the delineations. And I'm not sure if it's the right, for me, it's HE5 we should delete. That's the easiest point. I think HE4 make it clear we have a primary use, and that's the decision. And
okay, sorry. Sorry, I thought you... I mean, I was going to say, I'm trying to get clarity on the principle. I think AG5 is clearly a problem paragraph for members. So I think we take it that will need to change if we make this decision. But sorry, I interrupted, Claudia.
I've only, maybe I will bring it when the page flip. There's something to the definition, natural occurring biophysical environment, and I want to add geophysical environment, but it's maybe later on we can discuss.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to come back, we'll come back to the definition. I just at this stage wanted to kind of get the principles out on the, and what's going to drive, if we can get the overall approach straight in our minds, then I think that clears the decks a bit in terms of the discussion on the definition. Claudia, are you still in? Oh, okay. So can I check then, does anybody then disagree that we go ahead and we make this change as exposed in terms of the description of heritage? Because that does seem to be helping members in terms of getting a much clearer line. And then I think we will have to make that, we'll have to describe that and make it clear what the implications of that are, firstly in terms of recognition and measurement, and then incremental changes in terms of disclosure requirements. Jonah, you were hovering.
Yes. Just in agreement, but not the delineation, not on the basis of use, but on the nature. Maybe if you can go the way we've gone with the conservation and preservation, on whether there was human intervention or there was none. So I'll go with whether there was human intervention or none.
Anyone?
Yeah, so we actually considered human intervention during the CP stage, if I remember correctly, and the constituents overwhelmingly did not like that delineation because they thought that because of things like climate change, you can't really determine what is really human intervention. They argued that naturally everything is already subjected to human intervention, so they can't really tell what is natural and not natural because of that. So that's why in the ED we've already moved away from it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that explanation. I mean, I think that's the problem with all these long-running projects, that you kind of, if you haven't been there all the way along, then you've missed those various twists and turns in the tail as we've gone ahead. So I'm now sensing that we're okay to make that change then, and that we proposed in terms of the description on heritage, and then that will have consequential changes. But I think that's been helpful then, that we're on the same page in terms of degradation, we're content in terms of conservation versus preservation, but it's the final point that we're now amending. So I think that point, what I'm going to propose is that we break for coffee before we then go back and start discussing the the definition. So it's now just before 10:30. So if we come back at 10 to the hour, and then we'll start on. Oh, okay. All right. I'm being asked by staff, can we go back to 11? So, so we will break for half an hour, and then we will recommence at 11. Okay. Thank you.
It does look rather an interesting game. It's not a game. It's Odin's test for unfaithful wives. Husband says she is. What you think? She's throwing the axes. What happens if he misses both the girl and the braid? 3 misses and we drown him. You're too drunk! You'll split it wide open! Ponte che ha? Vito Corleone. Vito Corleone.
Soviet general put down his pistol. He picked up a long stick, planning to attack the German fortress. Then he walked alone towards the German line. Seeing this, the adjutant followed with the stick.
Every time the little soldier clears the battlefield, he collects all the grenades together because he's about to pull off something big. After gathering all the grenades from the position, Jack wraps them up in his coat, then hangs them on enemy corpses. He connects all the grenades with rope, creating a chain reaction booby trap across the battlefield. Next, he places the remaining grenades at several meters.
Hi, welcome to Northwest Airlines. ID, please.
He's the military escort. I'll check him in. I upgraded you to first class all the way to Billings.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
Thank you for your service.
Thanks again. All metal out of your pockets. Sir, your bag needs to go through. Yeah, you can wand this bag, but it can't go through the X-ray machine. Please don't tell me how to do my job. The bag can't go through. Bag check, mail. Sir, I need you to remove your jacket and place it in the bin. You can hand check me. Is there a supervisor around? Not right here. Just please remove your jacket. It needs to go through the machine. I will not remove this jacket. You have a lot of metal on your jacket. It needs to go through the machine. Take me to a private room and wand me there. Turn around, please. Excuse me. Sir, are you the escort? Yes. I need to get down to the tarmac to watch the loading. Sure. Do this escort stuff mostly? Volunteer. It must be hard. Stand right here if you want. Thanks. Hi, welcome to Northwest Airlines. ID, please.
He's the military escort. I'll check him in. I upgraded you to first class all the way to Billings.
Where you from?
Mr. Arizona, sir.
Where'd you join the Marine Corps?
Ew.
Give it a few taps on this side.
Gee, just where I'm in court. Give me the bailiff. Yes, that's true. Man, it's not wrong wearing the white.
Country is this?
Cambiando.
Hi.
Hi.
Annie.
Mike. It's great, actually.
How embarrassing.
It's okay. You have to go fast to get your thumbs in those things. It's
I have a lot to say.
I'm going to ask that you remain seated for a moment. During this flight, I've had the honor of carrying the remains of a fallen Marine. I'm going to inconvenience you for a few moments while the escort disembarks the plane.
I didn't know.
Okay, so I think everybody's enjoying their coffee break too much today. But refueled with caffeine and calories, we start the discussion then. So we move back on to the definition. So Edwin.
Yeah, so as I've said before, right now we're proposing to have just one definition on tangible natural resources held for conservation, and it's on the slide right now. So I'm not going to repeat what I've said earlier, but I'll just open it up for comments from the board members.
Okay, so comments, please. And what I'm going to do is I'll just take a round of comments in terms of concerns or support. It's fine to support the definition. So I'll just take a round of comments. So where I obviously go, right, okay, nobody's raised their flags, quick, go. Maybe we are in that. Karen.
Happy to go first. So in terms of the definition, I've got a couple of concerns with it. One perhaps easier to deal with than the other, which I struggle with the word prevent in there, because there will be natural phenomena like earthquakes, storms, etc., which you can't prevent. You can mitigate, but you can't prevent. And the other thing that I've struggled with a bit is managed in there, and I've kind of done the mental gymnastics around this one. But I think the question that it leaves me is, if you're not managing it, does that mean that it can't be a natural resource? Because that's the implication, is that it's only things that are being managed in that way that fall within that criteria. So I think we've talked about things being held previously. But so I think those were the two words in particular that struck me. But I have to say, overall, I like the much shorter definition. I think for me, it's traveling in the right direction. But I think there are those couple of aspects that particularly stood out to me as being problematic. Thank you.
Okay. Ross, you want to come in? So Patricia and Cloudy, just for your benefit, I've opened up for sort of general comments on the proposed definition at the moment, and I'm just taking a round of comments to see where members are. And it is fine to agree with what is there. And what I'm trying to do is actually just sort of get a sense of where members are at the moment. Ross, you want to come in, and then I'll go to Scott next.
Yeah, just maybe more on the managed point and why that's there is kind of, if you go back to the beginning of this project and working on this, part of it is the thinking around when these natural resources held for conservation actually are a resource, is you need the organization to be doing something to control access to that resource, to manage that. So again, we've gone through different iterations all the way back to the CP and how we bring that in. And it's kind of transformed to this as we got comments on the CP, comments on the ED. And there was also a link to, from a perspective of auditability of completeness, is, you know, I'll use Canada as an example. If you ask some people north of Toronto, across the whole country is mostly trees. And most of those trees are on Government of Canada land. Some of that land, the government doesn't do anything with at all. If anything, you know, it's spending a lot of resources now trying to prevent the degradation as forest fires start, but they're not actively managing any of those lands. So for them to claim that those are held for conservation, they would need to have some sort of a management program over the land to show they're actually trying to conserve it. So that was the thinking, to the link between saying that's a resource that's, you know, embodies service potential or economic benefits to your entity. That's why you're doing something with it. But a resource that you're not actively doing anything with, you know, understanding even the extent the resource you have, you shouldn't be putting those on your balance sheet. But Edwin's got much more background in that. So make sure I've got it right, Edwin.
Yeah, what you've said is exactly what I was going to say too. So
Okay. Karen, back on that.
Just very, very quickly, that's been really helpful for me. And apologies if I've missed it in the what's been drafted, but I think it would be really helpful to make that clear so that people understand what we mean by being managed, and that just purely, having legal title to something doesn't mean that it's an asset that falls within this definition. So I think having clarity around that would be incredibly helpful.
Thanks. So Scott, to you.
Yeah, thank you. I do support the definition. It's there. I was going to comment on manage, comment that Karen made. We have all different degrees of manage. So manage may be doing nothing once you determine what it is. So I think to Karen's point, I think an example there would be very helpful, because that manage has all types of range, from just letting it go to its natural to really almost farming it from that perspective. So I think examples would help a lot on the manage point.
Thanks, Scott. Patricia. Oh, sorry, actually, it was Claudia, I think, first, and then Patricia.
Could we make clear in the definition, if it's relevant, that it's managed by the entity, or is it managed by someone in the public sector?
I'll just let staff confer on that. I'll take Patricia's comment before we come back on that. Patricia, to you.
I agree with the elements in the definition, but not in the way that I agree with the elements in the definition, but not the way that the definition was written, because I use some characteristics as the name of the assets. It is not the way that all the assets in the IPSAS literature are defined. I think health for conservation is a characteristic, it's not the name, as a tangible also is a characteristic and not as the name.
So, Edwin, if you want to just come back on basically on both those comments.
So on Claudia's point, we do talk about delegation of management in the draft right now. So I can make it more prominent that it normally is the entity, but there could be situations where the entity has delegated the management of the resource to someone else. So it doesn't have to be the entity itself. And I don't know if that would be sufficient for you.
I mean, there's kind of an implication, isn't there, in that if it's an asset, then it has to be for that entity, then it has to be controlled by that entity. And maybe that is an explicit point that needs to be made, that managed can be either directly by the entity or it can outsource that. So that would need to be in application guidance, I think, to clarify on that. And then to Patricia's point.
Yeah, and then to Patricia's point, I can see where you're coming. So as I was drafting it, the definition, I did notice that we actually say tangible to define something that's called tangible natural resources. So it is a bit awkward. We could either remove tangible from the name, or we could replace naturally occurring tangible assets to naturally occurring asset with physical substance, which is what we did before. Both of those paths would be okay with me. It's really up to the board. If I were to look at other IPSAS, I would say it would be cleaner to remove tangible from the name, because, for example, we don't say tangible PP&E, it's just PP&E. And on your point on health for conservation, so originally I added that into the name because I was concerned that there could be other natural resources that are not held for conservation when you're speaking colloquially about natural resources. But I get your point that we don't actually say that for other assets as well. So we never say inventory held for sale. It's almost implicit because it's built into the definition. And during the break, we were discussing this issue, and you brought up that, well, if people were looking at the scope of the standard, you would say natural resources, or you would call the standard natural resources. You would come to look at the scope. And then from those paragraphs, you would see that if it's not held for conservation, you would go to other asset or other standards. So I do agree with maybe simplifying the name would be the easiest way to go. Yeah.
Sorry, Edwin, just clarify that last remark, because
so
which name? Because we've agreed that the name of the standard will be tangible natural resources held for conservation.
Yeah, so I'm saying it might be easier to just say natural resources and leave it at that. And then within the scope itself, it will be clear that it is held for conservation, and also will be in the definition.
I'm not seeing support for that, or I'm seeing problems with that. So I think we stick with, we need to get this definition right. And the question actually is it the right definition for this standard? I think is the key. So, you know, I'm less interested in the consistency with other standards. I'm more interested in, does the definition actually convey what we want? I think that's the point. I think, you know, I'd just like to get some other comments in. I think the question is, have we got the right elements in the definition? You know, if they're not quite in the right order, okay, we can fix that. You know, what I'm hearing at the moment is, yes, there are some challenges around managed, but you know, we can address those through the AG to make it absolutely clear. So there's not a problem with that. But I just, so, you know, and at this point, I think I'm actually looking for proposed solutions to the wording. I'm not looking at redebating it, because I think we've agreed the underpinning ideas. So the question is, can we get the words right now? And it's suggestions time in terms of, this is what I think would work. Hervé Adrien.
Thank you, Chair. I was about to react to Claudia's comment on who is entitled to manage the item, but I thought that sometimes in some countries, and especially in my country, there are, for instance, private associations who take care of maintaining the hiking trails in forests or mountains. But they do it either explicitly with an agreement with the owner of the parkland or whatever, or implicitly. So, but still, the parkland is owned and recognized by the owner, although they do not really fully manage it. So we could just say, okay, manage or delegated for management, explicitly or implicitly, whatever. We don't need to go too far into details on that. A second, also take the point that Karen made on preventing or mitigating, although I think, and this is why I support the definition, I think we have everything in the definition that covers every possible situations. Preventing, I agree. Preventing means not allowing something to occur. You're not going to not allow a disaster, a meteorological disaster to occur, but you can prevent the severe consequences of that. And that is exactly the definition of mitigating. So we say preventing the degradation that is preventing the degradations, that is the consequences of possible external events. So maybe we don't need to go too far or possibly explain somewhere in an illustrative example. But again, if we go too far into details, then we will miss something anyway. Every possible situations. So this is why I fully support the definition. And when it comes to the naming of the standard, I agree. It's far too long a title, far too long a name, and I would support Edwin's proposal to go back to the item linear A. Okay, an item that has physical substance and naturally occurring would be better off.
Well, I think we're not at this stage. We're not reopening the naming of the standard. All we're talking about is the debate on the actual definition. I think, as you, and it's good that you support the definition. I think we are going to need to just address Karen's point, which is obviously you can attempt to do something, but force majeure, all of those kinds of things happen. So, and then you have to reflect that in the, how you account for it, impairments and so on. So Edwin, you want to come back in?
Yeah, so I guess if we're not changing the definition, then I think we still have a problem with repeating tangible again. So I would propose rewording the definition to say a tangible natural resource health conservation is a naturally occurring asset with physical substance that is managed to prevent its degradation. So we don't repeat or use the same word to define something.
I'm just giving time for people thinking on that. I think this is a style question versus anything else. Andrew?
I think you've got to keep the second one because it's explaining that it's a tangible asset. If you delete the tangible out of the asset, it could be any asset, right? So then how do we scope out intangible? Because that's what we're trying to define. We're defining the first term. Personally, I don't have an issue with keeping both. I think if we do want to delete one, it has to be the first one, but then we've got to go and delete it in the title of the asset to be natural resource held for conservation. But I would just keep both.
Sorry, Andrew, so repeat what you're proposing then, how you're proposing to amend it.
So if we do amend it, it would be a natural resource held for conservation is a naturally occurring tangible asset that is managed to prevent its degradation. I think we have to keep that second tangible. But if we do that, Ian, then I think the title has to be aligned to the definitions. The title then has to be natural resource held for conservation. That's if we change it. My proposal would be we don't change it. We just leave tangible natural resource is a tangible item.
I think the question is actually because I agree with you that if you start unpicking this at this stage, then actually all of those consequences come through. Yakub, apologies, I hadn't seen your flag up.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy with the definition. So, nevertheless, I think current point should be taken into account. But when it's come to the title, I don't think we need to come back with a new name because we already have deliberation on the name of the standard. So, to me, we should keep what we already have. Thank you.
Thank you. Noyati.
Thank you, Chair. I'm echoing what Yakuba said. And then another thing is about the might be there would be intangible natural resources maybe in the future that we should have the standard anyway. So this is the thing is I support this is a tangible natural resources, but I do agree that we don't have to repeat again in the standard as what Edwin said is a physical substance instead of tangible assets. Put it as thank you.
Sorry, so you do want to change tangible to physical asset, or you?
For the title, no. Maybe because of why we should repeat the word. this is more on the, better we put another word, which is a physical substance instead of tangible. A tangible natural resources held for country is a tangible, which has physical substance, and that something like that.
Ross.
So I think it's a good discussion we're having. It shows we're pretty close, because normally, and almost done the project, which I'm very happy about, because we only have these types of debates when we're almost there, where we start unpicking things that are pretty close. So just want to make that point, but I think we're overthinking it a little bit. And I don't think we need to change the title. I think that's fine. And I think we can take the first tangible out, because we're defining what we're talking about. And if you say a natural resource held for conservation is naturally occurring tangible asset that is managed to prevent its degradation, then you have all the elements. That's the title of the standard. And the board made the decision to make the title of the standard tangible natural resources, because we're explicitly not dealing with intangible natural resources. So if I'm picking this standard up without ever reading it, that's quite helpful for me to know before I open the standard, I'm not talking about intangibles. So I think that's kind of represents the journey the board's been on. And I think with that one change, that should get us pretty close if members are happy with that.
Sunjin.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to keep the tangible in both places. But title, well, okay, that's given. But even for the definition, well, from my reading, I don't see any issue with this using the specific word tangible in both places, because we are talking about tangible natural resource as one construct. So tangible natural resource is a special type of tangible asset. So intangible asset is a common term we are using in accounting standards. So we are not using tangible natural resource as specific account. Tangible natural resource is one cohesive construct, right? I don't know, but maybe this is my personal reading, but from my standpoint, keeping both places is acceptable.
Okay. I mean, I think, that's where I'm always interested in terms of, because there's a kind of tendency from a native English speaker to go for that, repetition, I need a different word and so on. But I think it's always helpful if it's actually coming from somebody who isn't, English isn't their native language. And I think actually here, tangible is we're using that as an adjective rather than a noun, and I think actually probably we can get away with it, because I think your point is probably right, that actually you start off with it's a tangible natural resource because that's all one concept, and therefore, and it is what the standard is about, so therefore it makes sense having that at the start, and yeah, tangible as then we're using it as an adjective to describe what we're looking for. So if it's okay, I'm going to suggest that we do actually go with this, for those reasons. David, then Patricia.
Thank you. Yeah, I see no reason why we should not keep what we've got there. I think the risk, if we change the second tangible, is that we start introducing unintended consequences. Partly because of maybe translation into other languages, but also different nuances of different words. So I would suggest we keep exactly what we've got on the screen.
Okay, so I'm sensing we've got to agreement on this, but I would just like a show of hands at this stage for those that support the definition as we have it on the screen at the moment. So can we literally do this as a show of hands?
Show of hands. Those who support the definition as on the slide, please raise your hand. Is Yakuba's hand up?
Yeah.
So just, we've got 12 hands. We've 16 members today, 12 of 16 vote for.
So just for completeness, those who disagree and those who abstain. So if we can just check those who disagree on this one in terms of the definition and those who abstain. So we're missing one.
Joan is out of the room.
Oh, okay.
But we have enough support to go with the definition. We have 12, so.
Karen.
I think if you can address my prevention from preventing it, then I'm okay with it. But I need to see. I'm worried that someone will read this and say, if I can't prevent it, then I can't recognize it. And then I understand what we've discussed and what we mean, but that isn't what it says. So we either need to discuss what we mean by prevent, in that you can't prevent a natural disaster. So if it's something that is prone to that, that doesn't mean you can't record it. So we either change the word or explain what we mean. So if that can be addressed, then I'm comfortable. But as it's currently worded, without that, then I'm not.
So I think that we do need to address that through additional guidance to explain that, because I think that's an important clarification, and I think we can easily do that, Ross.
So we're going to be going through the draft after, and there's lots of guidance supporting the definition, some of it around prevention, some on managed. So as we go through, we can talk that through, because I think there were also points on managed that need to be addressed. So the definition is supported by the AGs and the guidance there. So we're definitely going through all that. We'll be updating it to make sure it's consistent and adding clarity where needed. So I think we should be able to address those points.
Okay, so that is now a firm board decision that is the definition of tangible natural resource held for conservation. Okay, so Edwin, I think we're now going to walk through the draft.
Okay, so thank you for that decision. So the last paper is actually just summarizing the changes that were made since ED 92. I have all the changes summarized in the table in the paper itself, but I'm not going to go through each change because we're going to walk through and do a page flip of the standard now, and that's where we'll be capturing all the comments from the board. So I think, Dave, you're going to lead the page flip, so I'll pass it over to you.
So we will go page by page. So I'll start again with page 1, which is the title page. Page 2 is our terminology page. Page 3 is table of contents. Page 4 is objective and scope.
Oh, sorry, Claudia, are you in? You want to make a comment then? Yeah, okay. Where are you? Sorry.
Page 4, scope. We have in our scope paragraph number 4, D, intangible assets are excluded from our scope. I checked with the PP&E standard. We have never an exclusion of intangible assets if you're talking about tangible assets. So it seems bizarre if the standard already called tangible natural resources, why we need an exclusion from intangible assets. We normally didn't expect in other standards that there's a reference to. So my proposal is to lead this.
Does anybody object to that deletion? Okay, so we make that. Patricia.
In paragraph 4G, I think you should use resources only, because if I need to use tangible natural resource, I need to use tangible natural resource for all items. I I think it's not necessary to include natural resource only in G, or I including all, or I exclude in G.
So you're saying actually we just need to shorten the wording in G to take out tangible natural resources there?
Yes, to take tangible natural only resource classified as.
Yeah, okay. So that's consistency then with the wording on the others. Okay, thank you.
So page 5, definitions and recognition. Page 6, initial measurement. Page 7, subsequent measurement.
Karen, you're marginally ahead of Patricia. So we're on page 6, are we?
Yes, sorry, I've lost track of what page I'm on. I think I'm still on, yes, page 6. So this may be around maybe initial rather than subsequent, but maybe somewhere between the two. But I think it's about what do you recognize in the valuation of the asset. And what's been on my mind is around things like research programs or breeding programs to support species that might be close to extinction. If you've got such a breeding program, which is clearly intended to keep that species alive and going, is that a capital cost or an operating cost? And for me, that isn't entirely clear, because you're, in terms of maintaining the value of the asset, this feels to me like an improvement, because you are trying to maintain the species. But I don't think we cover that anywhere in here. And for me, I mean, that's just one example. I'm sure there are loads more around this, but actually, what type of things might be things that you could capitalize and what things wouldn't you capitalize?
Edwin, I mean, I know that's
Yeah, so
it's come from elsewhere.
yeah, we talk about recognition actually in the AGs of subsequent expenditures. So I would beef that up to include talking about these expenditures. And as you were speaking, I saw Andrew nodding his head. So I think if it does lead to an extension or an increase in service potential, which includes extending the life, then you would capitalize that as an asset. So right now that's in the AGs, I believe. Yeah.
So are we saying then this needs to come up into the core text? Is that what you're saying? Or is it just that the AG is not clear enough? Karen, back on that.
I think it's an important principle, so I would have it in the core text. But if it was in the AGs, apologies, I missed it. So if the view is it should be in the AGs, it probably needs to be beefed up because I didn't recognize it at all. It just didn't appear there for me. Thanks.
I mean, it does seem that it is an important principle, and therefore, whilst the AG material is obviously authoritative, actually, I think it probably should be in core text, or it might be in summary with AG. But I think the principle needs to be in core text because it does ripple throughout. So if you can have a look and see what the appropriate division is on that, that would be helpful. Okay, so I've got Patricia next and then Camira.
Thank you. In paragraph 17 and 18, there are elements it's so hard to think about natural resource like import duties and the cost of site preparation because the asset is naturally occurring. Okay, you can have this type in, for example, in living living resource, but I think it's necessary to at least have AGs to indicate in each situation, because I need to connect unit of account with, because I have considered the living resource as an unit of account, and then I import living resource. I think you need to explain more, because it's in the first when in the first contact with the text, it seems very strange, but okay, it's possible. But I think it needs to include some ideas about this.
So, Edwin, can I just be clear on what the proposal
Yeah, so
actually
I think
is?
the issue is if you look at costs like import duties. So for that, I was thinking of situations where we have had countries buy living resources and move them across jurisdictions. And like that's what I was thinking of. So I could include an AG to explain what the core tax actually means.
Andrew. So each time we get to these things, what I want to be absolutely crystal clear on is what action are we going to take? Because, you know, we're now in the process of actually really finally tying the standard down. So what I'm looking for is what change are we going to make, particularly if we're going to make a change to the core text or the AG. So I just want to be really, really clear what we're doing. Andrew, you want to come in on that?
Yeah, so reading through those, I, similar to Patricia, struggled with them because they were lifted from PP&E and put in here. The change I would propose is, take, for example, like Karen's example and replace these that are PP&E. So yes, the import duties is there, but it's going to be rare, right? Rather put in a program to manage and put those types of costs in here as the example. So then it's in the core text to address Karen's. And then, yes, we can elevate some of the AGs in to just solidify the concept.
So, Patricia, back to you on your point.
Okay, in relation 17, I think you need to include AEG to explain this is specific for the living, the type of resource that I can move. And in the case of cost of site preparation, I think I'm not sure about the best approach, but in this case, I think it's more challenging because site preparation, the users can understand the other assets that's not the natural resource itself. In which situation that I have cost preparation? I don't know. I could not think about what are the tangible natural resources that I have cost of site preparation.
So I think I think that's consistent with your suggestion, isn't it, Andrew? That it's those the examples under 17 which don't resonate, because essentially what they've done is to bring those across from a PP&E sitting, and therefore actually what we need is actually something that is more specific to tangible natural resources held for conservation. And I can understand what you say on costs of site preparation. I remember reading this and thinking doesn't really quite work. So I think what we're looking to do then is to amend those particularly costs of site preparation, but anything else in a way that actually makes that more specific for assets held for tangible natural resources held for conservation, not to change that, but to amend that. And then is the suggestion that there should be additional AG material to support that? Or does, if we mend those, does that fix that point? Sorry, this is where I'm challenging everybody, because I do want to be absolutely clear about what staff are being asked to do here.
So I do think additional AGs would be needed. I think particularly around Karen's point, I think in PP&E it's easier to try and distinguish what is a new asset versus maintenance. I think here it becomes more difficult, and those would be the AGs, is just to clarify that.
Okay, so we're looking to change where necessary these supporting examples, and then to get that explanation in AG. Okay. Thanks. So then I've got Camira, Renee, and then Adrienne.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay.
Yes. I also support the previous use of Patricia, Andrew, that the paragraph 16, 17, and even 19, in terms of measurement of cost, there we are assuming somehow that the past event that brings control to that entity was the purchase of the natural occurring asset, which is not always the case. I think that will be rarely situations. So we are even in the paragraph of measurement of cost saying that it will be the cash price equivalent, and it will be difficult for entities because of the nature of these resources. So maybe can we refer to the COV or something more that is more feasible to apply in practice? Because otherwise people will say, well, you are trying to do a tangible natural resources standard, which doesn't fit because it just assumes that the entity is purchasing. But what about just that it was by legislation that they are now custodians of that asset? So how should they measure that? Then refer to COV or refer to maybe the cost of incurring maintenance over the years or something that they might have as data. So thanks.
So Camilla, just to explore what you're saying, then you're essentially looking for the equivalent of the deemed cost type of approach, or?
For instance, yes. Yeah, because now is for the measurement is saying, okay, it's the cash price equivalent, but what is the cash price equivalent for forest? Or it will be really difficult for them to apply in practice. So let's try to find a way that is more suitable for this type of assets.
Edwin.
Yeah, so the additional paragraphs from 16 on. So originally, we didn't actually have this in the exposure draft because it was rare for an entity to essentially buy a tangible natural resource. So the instruction from the board was to carry over the determination of costs in those situations from PP&E to the standard. So that's why I added them in. So I recognize that it is a very rare situation, but that was a direct instruction from the board, so that's why we did it. If we are talking about deemed costs and current value, it does come up later. I wonder, though, if we could be more clear on how this fits in and maybe have a preamble saying that in rare circumstances, these paragraphs would apply. But
I'm not keen on qualifying in those ways because I think either it arises or it doesn't. And I think there is a question then about maybe it's about positioning if it connects with an idea later. Dave, you.
Sorry, I kind of was going off of what Andrew was suggesting, and maybe we push this guidance that was recently added into the AGs. So it's not qualified in any way, but because it's more rare, it's not in the core text.
That sounds like that may be, but I think that may, so I would rather have a solution that we're actually going to implement at this stage rather than just further grounds for discussion, if I'm honest. But okay, so if that starts to become a solution to this, because yes, it is going to be rare, but I think the point is actually what we're trying to do is actually provide core guidance on what happens in these situations. So okay, I mean, I think we're going to have to take that one away because there's several different interplays on this. But when it comes back, I want a firm proposal on this. So can you work with Camira on this? But clearly there is a principle. So just moving it into AG, I don't think is going to fix this solution. So I think the question is actually, is it because it's just been brought across and there's actually a deemed cost issue that should have been brought across, or it's elsewhere? So I think out of that, we need a firm solution proposed that's actually agreed that addresses Camira's point. Okay. So then I'll just go around the table because I've lost the track of who's next. So I'll go to Renee, then Sunjin, and then over Adrienne.
Yes, okay, thank you. I really like the idea of moving these paragraphs into AGs because they are examples, they're helping to interpret key principle. To Kamira's point, the principle is already stated in 15. In 15, we talk about a natural asset acquired and that it's the exchange transaction shall be the measured at its cost. So we already have so I find that I even found that 19 was creating duplication. So we talk about initial measurement, we talk about subsequent measurement in 21. Then in 22, we elaborate on what historical cost is. We bring in the deemed cost concept. So 19 seems like just additional guidance, if anything, or maybe even not necessary duplicative. So I don't know if that helps. So that's to address that. My other comment.
So sorry, Renee.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that is helpful actually that, actually we've already got it there. So I think the question is actually, do we need it at all? If we do need it, then it's some refined AG. Okay.
Yes, so I wanted to come in also on in 17A. So I think we recognize that while very, very rare, acquisitions are possible, but I don't think development is possible. So, and nowhere else in the standard, even throughout, do we refer to development other than the development of the standard. So I would remove it. I don't think it belongs here in this standard.
Everyone okay with that suggestion? Patricia, you're back on that.
Okay, because when I, for example, because I'd like to understand your point, Renee, because when I, for example, plant trees for recover as a site, it's not a development in your, for you. This is, yes, I'm not sure because in some instance we would develop the some part of the natural resource to recover some part of the natural resource.
So do we need to make a change here? That's my question. Because I think it's causing more problems than it's actually solving. Would you be okay, Renee, if we don't make that change? Because I could see then it's causing problems for both Karen and.
I take the point that as you manage, you may be adding to it.
Yeah.
I felt here that this is on initial recognition. This is when we're bringing an asset under our control. That's from that perspective, we can have it as part of a non-exchange transaction. Maybe we can acquire it, but we wouldn't develop it from nothing. But I agree though with your point as well. But to me, that's after you've done initial recognition, then you would continue to maintain and maybe add trees to a forest. I agree with that.
So I think it's actually part of Karen's point in terms of, okay, so that's the point that we need to clarify. Yeah. Are you okay with that, Patricia? So the no change and, it then becomes part of Karen's point. Okay. So Sunjin, you've been waiting very patiently. Thank you.
Actually, I was about to lower my retrieve my question, but actually, when I was reading this standard, especially for 16 and 17, I've been thinking about two different types of tangible natural resource, like forest should be preserved. That's one type. Another type of potential tangible natural resources. Actually, UN is here, but what I know is Chinese government spend a lot of money for the panda bear. So if there's like endangered species, should be somehow relocated somewhere. And assuming that endangered species are very sensitive to its habitat, living environment, then cost of employee benefit, cost of site preparation, delivery, handling costs, professional fee. All of those elements make sense. So from that angle, I think keeping all those at 17 looks fine from my standpoint. Maybe you have another thing to add on my comment, but that's my view. So what we need to do, my answer, I think it's okay to keep as is.
So I think let's have a look at this in terms of, because clearly the problem that members were having was, yes, you can always find an example, but the question is, should that be in core text? And I think then, it may be that actually, because that's quite rare, actually, we can get the examples to work better, and then in the explanation in AG kind of cover that sense. So I think that's the tension that we're having. So I think that's, if we go that direction, but let's have your example in mind in terms of, does that combination of amending those ABC as necessary to make it appear more, like the content of the standard, but we make sure that you've got that sense still for those examples like you quote. Okay, Adrian.
Thank you. I had an issue with paragraph 16b, with bringing the asset to the location and condition necessary, etc. Sanjin referred to the panda relocation. Could be pandas or pride of lion in Tanzania or Namibia or wherever. I'm not comfortable with that, because relocation or location or moving a movable natural asset to a place is human intervention. So it's really on the verge of being naturally occurring or the consequence of a human intervention. So I would only refer to bringing the asset to the condition necessary, whatever, etc., and forget location. Otherwise, we would have to get into that discussion. Is relocation a human intervention? Does it mean that it naturally occurs or not? If you move a pride of lion from one place to a natural reserve, then it's no longer natural. Now, it could become natural again. I don't know. I don't know much of lion breeding, but so this is really at the very limit of what we want to define in the naturally occurring tangible asset. So I would personally forget location, because, okay, could be that bringing it to the condition that we expect it to be, blah, 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 is, well, requires a relocation. That's it.
I mean, this is why we didn't bring the text over from IPSAS 45 in the first place, I think, actually. But anyway, Karen, have you got a solution for us?
No, I mean, I recognize what Adrian says is a real challenge about how much human intervention means that it still falls within the realm of naturally occurring. So I know I was using an example of a breeding program earlier. Clearly, it's humans doing that, but for the purpose of conservation. It's the same with replanting a forest. It doesn't. There'll be an element that's naturally occurring because seeds drop, whatever. But there are, there is human intervention. So I think that is a challenge for us about kind of where is human intervention in terms of improving an asset, okay, and when is it not? And I think it's quite a challenging area, but I think we kind of need to expose that to be able to give clear guidance to people about what we expect to be possible in terms of an improvement to an asset or maintaining its value. So I think it's not a solution, but I think it is something that needs to cut across everything, in terms of just thinking about that level of human intervention that is acceptable in terms of our thinking about how it fits with naturally occurring. And I do take the point that was made earlier that kind of everything is impacted by, things that humans, do, but where do we want to draw the line on that? And I think we do need to have a principle about that to help constituents know how to deal with these items.
Renee, are you on this point or not? Yeah.
Yes, so my sense is that there will often be human intervention. That's the concept of managed. We already recognize in that principle that human intervention is not preventing a natural resource from being recorded and considered a natural resource. We spent a lot of time on that. At the ED stage, at the CP stage, we add human intervention. Then we acknowledge to remove it because it most of the time there will be human intervention. The extent and the nature of the human intervention will vary significantly. I think if we have an endangered species, we're going to probably have more human intervention. In some cases, if it's just spraying a forest with insecticides, that's maybe lower. But I don't think we should get to that level of detail, maybe in some examples, but I think we've already deliberated on that. And yes, human intervention exists and we acknowledge it, and it's not preventing the natural resource from remaining a natural resource. That's that's clear to me. How we explain it, maybe there's some refinement we can do.
So it does seem that actually we've got too many words, which is actually getting us into a problem. And actually, maybe what we should say is any cost directly attributable, or any cost directly incurred to allow it to be maintained. Some suggesting shortening that. Because actually, I think that covers a range of different situations without getting into the detail. So I think if that's so, it's kind of to support its being conserved without getting into a lot of detail on that. I can't quite get the drafting right now, but I think if it's that sense that it's any cost directly attributable to allowing it to or incurred to shorten it in that way. So if we can get that shortened in that way, I think it'd be consistent with the other material that we've got. Okay, Mary, you wanted to come in.
Yes, I'm so confusing about the term.
Sorry, can you bring the mic?
Yes, I'm so much confusing about the definition of the words, and so the reason why is in the maybe the helpful conservation. It is regarded as a so broad sense, and so I would like we should be back to the to be managed to prevent the degradation. And so it is so important, and we can understand, and we understandably the element of cost in such kind of sense. Thank you.
So in that B that we've just talked about, actually what we're talking there is, can we bring the wording slightly closer to the definition? I think. Which would go towards helping you, Mari. So I think actually in that shortening, bring it back close to the definition, because it's allowing it to be managed for. So if we make that link, I think that tightens it up. Okay, so I think, Dave, those are the points on page 6. So if you can move us on then in the page flip.
So page 7 is subsequent measurement.
Patricia.
My question it's more general, but it's about the subsequent measurement. Because in the case of natural resource health for conservation, in the subsequent, based on current value, it's possible only COV. And I think you should mention COV, not current value, in paragraph about the subsequent measurement. The title can be current value model, but in paragraph 24, you indicate in this paragraph that in this case, the current value is COV.
Yeah, so I guess originally we followed PP&E, and PP&E referred to current value, and the elaboration on fair value or COV was in the AGs. So right now in the AGs, we actually say the only relevant basis is COV. So I see your point where because that's the only potential basis, we don't really need that separation like in PP&E. Yeah.
I think it's in the page before, but it's the same for deemed cost in the case for initial measurement, because initial measurement, the acceptable basis is only COV2. Yeah.
Sorry, can I just clarify on this? Because what I can't remember is there an option then, having recognised at deemed cost, to carry that through? Do you have to revalue?
You don't have to revalue.
No.
Yeah. So right now the text says initial recognition. Yeah. Yeah. So the core text only says current value. The explanation of current value being only COV is in the AGs. And I think what Patricia is saying, do we really need to have that in the AGs if it's the only possible basis? We could just say that upfront in the core text.
So you would still maintain the current value heading?
Yes, but in the paragraph 24 indicated the only base it's possible is COV. Yes, in the same suggestion for the paragraph that indicate for no-exchange transactions, this deemed cost is COV in the cortex.
So everyone content that we make that reference to COV in paragraph 24? Okay, thank you.
So next we move to page 8, which is assets with finite useful lives and indefinite useful lives, and then ends with impairment.
Andrew.
Thanks. In paragraph 31, there's a reference still there to looking at the useful life over the pattern of future economic benefits. So Edwin, I've seen through a list, there's 1 or 2 places throughout the standard where it's got it. In paragraph 33, we say that the depreciation charge should be recognized in surplus and deficit unless it is included in the carrying amount of another asset. I scratched my brain. I couldn't come up with one example where it would be included in the carrying amount of another asset if you're holding it for conservation. So my suggestion would just be to delete the last part of that paragraph.
So you're suggesting delete anything after surplus or deficit? Okay with that? Okay.
So that takes us to page 9, which is derecognition and presentation.
Patricia.
I am using the Word version. I'm not sure about the number of the paragraph, but in paragraph about the residual value, it's paragraph 36. I need to think more about in each situation, which situation that the residual value is in the context of this standard. Because when I decide not to conserve more, I change the classification and then change for other IPSAS, PP&E or held for sale. But in these IPSAS specifically, when the objective is to held for conservation, the residual value, I'm not sure about this. Oh, I need to, in each situation, I could not understand. In each situation, that residual value is considering in the measurement.
Sorry, I'm not. Edwin, can you go back on that?
Yeah, so it's in paragraph 35. And I guess Patricia's point is if we're holding something for conservation, how can there be a residual value? Because you would just depreciate it. If it's depreciable, you would just bring it down to zero. So I think the solution would just be to delete residual value.
That seems to make sense because actually we're suggesting I mean, it's basically being held in perpetuity. So if we say, yeah, so if you delete residual value and, then that fixes your point, doesn't it, Patricia? I mean, you know, at the point that you actually, in an unlikely situation where you did make a decision to dispose of, then you would, you know, that would be dealt with through impairment and all that kind of thing.
Yeah, my question. Okay, it's possible to think this about equipment, for example, because I use for some time and then I sell in the end of the useful life. But in this case, I could not yeah, could not identify a situation that you conserve it in the end of the useful life. I could sell to identify the residual value. Maybe to yeah,
So
my
you
suggestion
said
is to
the
delete
useful
it.
life. Does that work for you?
Yeah, useful life, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
in
that's
the
what I meant
residual
by
value,
need to
no.
be-
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we delete the residual value and the, sorry, it just becomes the useful life of an asset shall be reviewed. Okay.
So that brings us back to page 9, which is derecognition and presentation. Page 10, which is disclosures.
Karen.
I guess I just wanted to pick up on the point that Claudia made earlier. If we make the changes around which of the assets that are in this standard that were previously in the PPE, so if you've got heritage assets now falling within this standard, will that make any difference to the disclosures that we're making here? So I don't know if we hold a mirror up to them because you know there seems to be some slightly different things here. So it's just putting a flag down really that maybe there needs to be a check across that it's still the disclosures still make sense in that context.
So I think the question, Edwin, is what amendments have you made in moving this over? Because this originally came from 45 anyway, didn't it? So what are the changes that have been made in doing that? What are the incremental disclosures?
So the real incremental disclosure is really the exemption for rare and endangered resources. And also we now have some guidance in the IGs on stewardship disclosures. That's really the only addition. Yeah.
So then perhaps to Claudia's point, I think it would be helpful just if we clarify that point in the BCs those are the changes that have been made in bringing it over, because then I think that goes to your point. It may already be there, sort of, but if you can just make that explicit, I think that would help then. Okay. So Dave?
So that brings us to page 11, which is a continuation of disclosure.
Claudia?
Maybe it's a consequential amendment to the point which Patricia made. It's 51. We have to delete A, residual values.
Thanks. Good spot.
So that brings us to page 12, which is more disclosures on current value measurement.
Patricia?
It's page 11. And the paragraph about the disclosure, when I think it's 54, because, okay. Paragraph indicate that when, if applicable, the gross carry amount of any fully depreciated tangible natural resource held for conservation. It's similar. What are the situations that you have totally depreciated natural resources? It seems not appropriate because the estimate is wrong in this case.
Yeah, I think if we get to the point where it's fully depreciated, that implies that it's no longer there. So it would be derecognized anyway. I think that's what you're saying. Yeah. But yeah.
Andrew, you're in on that point.
I mean, I guess the same holds true for PP&E in 45, right? But we've got the same there. In theory, an item of PPE should never come to zero. You've got your estimate wrong. The same would apply, but these things do happen in practice, and that's why we ask for the separate disclosure. So I would prefer to keep it consistent with what we've got in 45.
Ross?
Maybe we just add that point in the BC so people are clear that the board had the discussion, because I think it's a useful point, but I wouldn't take it out either.
Yeah, okay. That seems a reasonable way forward. And then at least we've logged it. Sorry, Adrian, have you been waiting to come in?
Just a small point. I don't agree with Claudia's proposal to delete 51A, because in paragraph 35, when we deleted residual value, it was because it was a natural consequence of reviewing the useful life. But now we're talking disclosures according to IPSASB 3. And in IPSASB 3, we have to disclose the residual value as well as the reasons for changes in the useful life. It's not the same.
But I think we're saying that for these resources, there wouldn't be a residual value in the first place, though.
I think we're contextualizing it for this standard. Yeah. So we're saying residual value is not a consideration because we're expecting to preserve or to conserve these assets. I mean, it becomes an issue if you say, right, okay, actually, for whatever reason, we're now going to sell this reserve or whatever, then you need to go into, considerations then about residual value or whatever, but it's not. Ross?
Now on 51, either we delete all of the 3 bullets or we don't delete anything because we don't need to be specific on those ABC. It's what they have to do.
So say if you did end up where you thought you'd had a residual value, we're considering a sale or disposal, then you're not held for conservation anymore. You're in a different standard. So,
well, I suppose you're in 44 actually, aren't you? Andrew, if you're going to solve this problem, I mean, seriously, at this stage, I'm looking for solutions, not additional problems.
Okay, I'll try.
I mean, no, seriously, we are in closed down mode. So I'm looking for specific suggestions on solving problems.
So I haven't wrapped my head around fully about that there could never be a residual value. So if you do plan to sell it, so you've got, a herd of elephants, for example, there's going to be potentially overpopulation. They are going to age. You'll either then, get hunters in to come and, cull the older ones, or you'll sell them out. Yes, I know at the point you get there, it changes standards, but from when it's currently in your financial statements until you get to that point, there's a depreciation charge. And if you don't have that residual value, you're going to be depreciating it down to zero rather than to that value. So yeah, that's why I was chatting to Elizabeth earlier, just to try and figure, could it actually happen? And I think there are instances where you could actually have a residual value. So I think I'm still on the side of I'd actually not delete residual value and just keep it in here. I think in most cases, I agree it would be zero. But yeah.
Patricia's going to disagree on that. So, I think the way through actually may be that I can see the point that essentially if you're maintaining this for conservation, then residual value is not a concept that normally you would consider. And I think actually probably the thing that's actually missing here is we need something that says if there is a decision at a point in time that you are going to dispose and you can dispose of it, then you're in a different standard. And that's probably the concept that is missing for people, because otherwise, the whole point is you are conserving this, therefore you are holding it for perpetuity. So therefore residual value is not,
No.
Well, okay, give me a fix then on that, because why would residual value be appropriate?
Again, you've got a park, you've got animals that are sitting there, you know that there's going to be an overpopulation problem. So yes, as the herd, you're going to try and keep a set level or set number of elephants. So we've got the elephants in the Kruger National Park, for example. There is always an overpopulation because they've got no natural enemies within that environment. So every couple of years, there is a certain percentage of that population that does need to either be sold to other individuals or needs to be culled by poachers or culled by the park itself. There's various methods to try and dispose of it. Now, if I know that is going to happen, why should I not be depreciating these or amortizing them over their lives to this value that I know I'm going to eventually dispose of them for, as opposed to a zero? You're over depreciating if you're taking them down to zero.
Well, look, I'm looking for help from other members here, because actually to me, I'm not sure that that's the same concept as residual value. So I'm looking for positive suggestions on, are we maintaining residual value or are we not? Because I thought we just agreed that actually it didn't make sense on this. So, then when I actually sell something off at the end, that's different, it's like, I have excess inventory or something like that. I sell it at that point in time. Then I look at what the situation actually is. So can I have some positive suggestions? Do people want residual value left in or do they not? Scott?
Just want to remind everybody, residual value can be zero. So why not just leave it in and then it'll be zero?
So is the solution then that we say residual value brackets if appropriate? Does that fix it? Patricia?
Okay, I think you need to include AGs to explain in each situation it is appropriate. In similar, the discussion we had about finite and infinite useful life, I need to discuss residual value and indicating AGs in each situation have residual value. But when I analyze the definition of residual value, I need to consider in this moment that I decide to conserve the assets, the amount that an entity would currently obtain. And then in this moment that I decide to conserve it, I think it's not, I decide to conserve it, not to disposal. It's not the similar to PPNE. It's not similar because PPNE, I decide to use the PPNE during a period, and after that I dispose. Because of this, I have the residual value. But the essence of this standard is to conserve. I'm not sure about.
Ross,
I think.
Can I just get some staff advice on this, how we handle this? Because my proposed way through it is we say, if appropriate, and then we can add some AG that discusses the point. Ross.
So I was going to say that I think in this discussion, we did hear a good example from Andrew that we could use that as an example. I don't know if it would be AG or a non-authoritative example, but that to me felt like a good example. And the way explained to me, and I don't know the details, is you're saying the asset you're conserving is the herd, and individual items will have residual values because you manage that herd in a way that you might sell, process the biological living asset. So we could use that as one example to talk about when you might need it. But in some cases, because you'd be holding the asset indefinitely and not having a plan to dispose it or manage it, the residual value might be zero. So I think we could probably come up with a solution in the non-authoritative guidance or in AGs to deal with that.
I mean, I think we put in if appropriate, and then we provide the AG, because I can understand the point that Patricia is making, but equally that doesn't cover all the situations, which is the point that Andrew's making. So we then have an AG that actually discusses that point about if appropriate, and the fact that, you know, so I think that's going to be the best bridge that we can get at this point in time. So then, you know, again, here we go residual values if appropriate. And we've got the AG that deals with that. Everyone okay with that? Right. So I think it was Claudia and then Renee.
I'm sorry, maybe I have a new open door. We have 54A. We need to disclose, if you use the historical cost model, the current value of intangible natural resource when it's materially different from the carrying amount. So means fair value or current operational value, if it's really valuable to request that all entities have to figure out what could be the potential fair value of this natural resources held for conservation, or to calculate the COV. At least probably the COV is the cost. So I'm not sure if this value or this valuation have any value. At least it's quite difficult to get this value. Maybe you have it for free because it's your land. It was natural occurring, and how you will calculate then costs, and but you have to make the material if they're materiality different. So you have to calculate to figure out if they're materiality different. So if you have really to think about if you really want to do this.
Edwin.
Yeah, so we explicitly say that this is actually not required. We're just encouraging entities to do this. And it's similar to PP&E. It's really an optional disclosure. Because there is value in saying, like, if your current value is different, I think that would be relevant to users. But I understand that it is very difficult to do. And that's probably the reason why you're holding something at cost. So you don't have to do this.
I mean, I'm wondering, to Claudia's point, actually, you know, this goes to the concept that actually, you know, you're holding it for conservation. And if I took a step back from this, if this is a kind of standard disclosure in PP&E, then it's essentially, do I hold this? It goes to the, do I hold this asset? Do I not hold this asset? And I'm wondering, do we actually need it here? You know, and so therefore, is there a problem if we actually delete it? So it doesn't feel like it actually really belongs in this, in the approach we're taking. So are people okay if we delete 54A? Okay. So that goes. Renee, to you.
Right, thank you. I wanted to come in earlier in the conversation, so I'm sorry I'm coming in late on that. I fully agree. And like Andrew, I was trying to wrap my head around removing residual value. And thank you, Andrew, for the example, because I think it may be rare, but it may be possible. So to have a principle-based standard, I like the solution. I think we should keep it in. It's very early days. The standard hasn't been tested in practice yet. And I think that the solution is a good compromise.
Thanks, Renee. Okay.
So that brings us to page 12. Page 12 is disclosures for current value measurement.
Patricia.
The 59, paragraph C, indicate that if there has been a change in the measurement technique, change from a cost approach to a market approach, or the use of an additional valuation technique, what is the additional valuation technique? Because for COV, it's only possible market approach and cost approach as a technique.
Anyone?
Yeah, I see your point. We can delete the that requirement.
Yeah, because you're picking up the fact that
It's one of
market
the two.
approach is just not. Okay, so we delete reference to market approach.
So that brings us to page 13, which is a continuation of the current value measurement disclosures. Page 14, which brings us into effective date and transition. And page 15 wraps up the core text.
So I think probably that's the point at which we break, because we've got quite a volume still in terms of application guidance and so on. So I think we break for lunch of that. And then come back. Oh, sorry, Claudia, are you in on? Okay, so just take Claudia's point quickly, and then we're wrapped up on the core text.
True to our decision this morning that we include heritage assets now in our standard, we should have something in the transition paragraph explaining how the heritage assets, natural resources, which are actually in the PP&E standard, comes to this standard. If you're using their values going, or how we transfer from one to the other standard, maybe they need a transitional paragraph, or I don't know.
Can we reflect on that one over lunch? Because I think we might be trying to set standards for something that I kind of get your point, but I'm just sort of concerned that we might be getting into details. So we'll reflect over lunch on that one and then come back after lunch with a recommendation. Okay, so we now break for lunch, but before board members get their lunch, we have a photo to take. Ross.
So follow Leah. Make sure to bring everything you want to wear for your photo. And you're just going to walk down the stairs. You're going to get a quick photo, and then you're going to be first in line for lunch. So,
okay, so
staff right behind the board member.
Photo, then lunch, and we come back at 1:30, and then we'll move forward. Thanks. Okay, so welcome back from lunch, everyone. So I think we now head back into the page flip on tangible natural resources held for conservation. And where we finished when we broke for lunch was we'd gone through the core text. We had one point hanging on transition, which was Claudia's point. So we'll just start with the proposed resolution on that, and then we'll move into the application guidance. So Edwin, to you.
Yeah. So the way staff looked at it was that if it was a heritage item under PP&E and we are moving it to this standard, because the accounting is the same, it would just be moved that carrying amount. So we could add a paragraph to say that.
Okay. Good. So I think we now move into the application guidance.
So on page 16 is the first page of application guidance, so the introduction and the flow chart.
Tricia.
I think this flow chart is not necessary. But if the decision is to retain the flow chart, some needs some elaboration in it of the phrases here. For example, when I say apply appropriate IPSAS if applicable, no requirement on IPSAS, but I need to indicate that you can use a conceptual framework to recognize an asset, for example. Another, when you said about subsequent accounting, you can indicate it's apply presentation and disclose requirements, not only presentation. And I make some suggestion and I can share. But sincerely, I think it's not necessary more, considering the definition of scope and the definition of natural resource held for conservation.
Yeah, so that was actually one of the questions that I was dealing with, was whether this flowchart is even needed anymore. It used to be required because of the convoluted way we got to scope, but now that we've clarified scope and the definition, I think it's the same as any other IPSAS, so we don't really need this.
So anybody object to deletion of the flowchart? Okay, that's good. Thanks. Sorry, Jonah.
Yes, just what he was responded to on heritage. Maybe if it's 45, you can have a box in between because that decision has to be made.
Oh, so we will come back later to the amendment to heritage, but I think with that amendment, it would be clear that everything would be within this standard, so you wouldn't need a flow chart. Yeah.
Yeah, we have the draft amendment, but we'll bring it back at the end rather than I want to get through the page flip first.
So page 17 is scope and definitions.
Andrew.
Thanks. I guess it's a more overarching definition just on scope and definitions. Given the earlier decisions we've made to clarify the scope, there is going to need a significant redraft of some of these AGs. So just wanted to flag that that will happen.
Thanks, Andrew. Claudia, you're in.
It's regarding AG6. We get also a response from stakeholders that we are not only talking about biophysical environment, we have also to add geophysical environment, like salt, for example, it's geophysical and not biophysical. Otherwise, we should make sure that we only mean animals and trees.
Do we really need AG6 now? Being provocative. Edwin.
So AG6 was added, I think, between the CP and the ED stage, and that's because constituents responded to the CP saying that they need to understand what naturally occurring means. And this lined up with the the naturally occurring definitions in the other reporting frameworks for sustainability. So and when we exposed this in the ED stage, we didn't get any disagreement on this. So.
Okay. Claudia.
I think a few stakeholders requested a modification. So in the ED stage, we get some response which I don't agree. They said you have to add geophysically. So
Edwin.
We'll add, so we'll say together constituting the biophysical and geophysical. Yeah.
Okay.
Page 18 is the AG's wrapping up definition and begins recognition.
Patricia.
I think AG 8 need to be elaborated considering discuss about the how to distinguish heritage and natural resource. But specifically in the last sentence, while conservation may not necessarily generate future economic benefits, conservation not generate. Or what's the while here? Because if generate is incidental, it's not significant. The main objective of the conservation is not generate economic future benefits. And in this last phrase, you indicate that can generate, because may not, may. If you say may not, it means that may.
Edwin.
Yeah, so that sentence was added to emphasize that we're looking at service potential here, not economic benefits as the basis for recognition of an asset. So I think, will you be okay if we say, well, conservation will not generate? Instead of may not, just say will not. Okay.
Okay.
So I will like to react on that point. In some circumstances, we will have economic benefit coming from those for those items held for conservation. So to me, may not fit more than deleting it, right? The main goal is conservation. I agree with that. But meantime, it can generate economic benefit. It is clarified in BC 23. And so to me, the wording is the best way to do it.
So, well, I'm looking for an agreement as to way forward. And I mean, I think what Yakubu was saying is that it's possible to clarify what's meant in the basis for conclusions. If we can't get that, so is it correct that it isn't absolute? Sorry. And perhaps Edwin, can you just advise on that, please?
Yeah. So right now, I think in BC 23, it is already clarified. So I think if there are situations where it can produce economic benefits, we should just leave it at may not. Yeah.
Patricia, and then I'm going to move us on.
Yes, I agree, but I think it needs to indicate that the generation of economic benefits is not significant. Maybe change the phrase here. May, but it's not significant when I decide to conserve.
I mean, it's sort of world conservation would not be intended to generate future economic benefits. It's an incidental thing, isn't it? Okay.
So page 19 continues with recognition.
Claudia?
Paragraph AG 18 and 19, the reference to paragraph 8 have to change to paragraph 9.
Thank you. Karen?
Just generally following the point that Andrew made earlier, I think these paragraphs may need to be revised following the discussion about costs and which costs can, if any, be added to an asset. So,
sorry, which one are you on?
This is 18 and 19 subsequent expenditures. So I think those paragraphs might need to be updated to reflect the discussion that we had earlier. So just to capture that as well.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So I think that's a placeholder there for the work that needs to be done.
Page 20 moves into unit of account.
Andrew?
Thanks. In paragraph AG21, we added there, however, the identification of a unit of account should be based on what the entity judges to be most useful and relevant to readers of financial statements and achieves qualitative characteristics. I don't think we normally talk about readers, normally users of financial statements, but I think a larger point there is I'm always hesitant when we refer to the conceptual framework. I think we should rather refer to the objectives of the standard. That's what's written up front. So, the identification of unit account should be based on what the entity judges to meet the objectives of the standard. That's what I would propose.
Okay, useful clarification and correction on readers.
Page 21, we start measurement.
Karen?
Just a question on unit of account and whether that can be subsequently split. So if you have one unit of account, and let's say there is a forest wildfire, and then you've got mature trees, and then you've got less mature trees, can you split that unit of account? And if so, might there be any implications in terms of the measurement for each of those? So it's not referenced at all in here, and I think it would be quite helpful to say that is something that could be done, and if so, the approach that you take.
I could see situations where there would be a split. Right now, we don't have anything explicit saying that you would need to consider that, but
Dave?
I think your example is true of any asset. I don't think, and I only say this because we looked into unit of account when we were doing the measurement standard. I don't remember seeing anything on splitting unit of account anywhere else. I do think it's true when you have an event that occurs that makes you reevaluate your unit of account. You need to reevaluate your unit of account. From my point of view, to be consistent with the other IPSAS, I wouldn't add anything else here to highlight that there's anything unique about tangible natural resources.
I can see some collective sucking of teeth, but I think I really, I mean, this is at a point in time. So surely you need to look at your unit of account for each set of accounts. I'm wondering what we've got in the framework on this anyway, because we've got guidance on unit of account. I mean, I think we can just go forever, frankly, on trying to deal with everything. And I'm not sure that that's actually productive, because it's a classic case of you put more wording in, somebody will find a problem with that. I don't know if we've got this anywhere else. Dave?
I can't say definitively. I don't remember seeing it anywhere else. I think your unit of account guidance is supposed to help you determine what your unit of account is, and you'd use that whether it's an initial measurement, whether it's a subsequent measurement when an event comes up. So we can look into it, but I don't think it's used. There's any other guidance in IPSAS on subsequent application of unit of count.
Andrew?
Would it not just be a component, right? So in PPE, if you've got a vehicle, you've got to replace the tires, or an airplane, and you've got to replace the engine or service. It's a separate component. And when you take the old part out, you just derecognize and put the new one. So your unit of account would be the entire forest. The portion that's been damaged, you derecognize as a component, put the new one in, recognize it. So I think we can look probably to that guidance in PPE to help with this.
Yeah, I would say that we already do talk about components in here, though. So I don't think we need to add anything else, because the PP&E guidance was kind of revised to fit into the fact patterns for tangible natural resources already.
Karen? I mean, I'm really looking for something that is a simple fix that doesn't have ramifications across everything else, because this is a very specific issue.
Yeah, I was just going to say maybe it's dealt with through an expanding an example rather than anything else, rather than any new text, because this whole thing is going to be very unfamiliar to people. That's why I'm raising the question, and it's might feel slightly more nebulous to people in understanding that. So an example that clarifies that would be incredibly helpful.
I like the suggestion of using example rather than adding anything to authoritative text.
Okay, I think that's a lot easier to deal with at this stage. Okay, so we will add an example on that. Okay.
So that moves us on to page 22, which continues measurement.
Patricia?
Sorry, I was in 21. Can I? One paragraph, AG 27. In 1827, the first sentence is about other IPSAS. I think it should be deleted, because it's you define the scope of this standard. It's the paragraph about the measurement of an asset held for its operational capacity. I don't know if I need I think I don't need this paragraph in this time because of the redefinition of the scope. But if you retain this paragraph, the first phrase needs to be deleted.
Edwin?
Yeah, so this paragraph was what we talked about earlier when we discussed just specifying that current value is COV. So I think if we have that in the core text, then this should really just, if you want to retain it, it would just explain why it's only COV. So, yeah.
But I think, to Patricia's point, actually, that's not the appropriate place to have it. If it's an explanation of why we've concluded that, then it must be part of general basis for conclusions.
PCs, yeah.
So I think what you're proposing is then we just delete 27, AG 27 and the subheading, because it's not relevant. And then we just need to look at anything that's in AG 28 and then anything else there to make sure it's consistent with the core text. And then we need to, but the other change is to make sure that we've either got it already in BCs or there's an augmentation to BCs to deal with that. Okay, thank you.
So that brings us to page 22, which is a continuation of measurement.
Claudia?
Thank you. I'm wondering if AG 33 is right. The sentence starts, an entity determines whether an exchange transaction has commercial substance. by considering the extent to which its future cash flows or service potential expected to change as a result of the transaction. So we have only service potential to natural resources. So why I could have an impact future cash flows just because I'm giving someone my cash flows. And then furthermore, it's the last sentence. For the purpose of determination of the portion, the entity calculates the present value of the expected cash flows to arise from the continuing use of an asset and from its disposal at the end of its useful life. It seems also not connected to tangible asset, to natural resources.
Yeah, so this whole section was on exchanges of assets. So we're talking about both giving up an asset and getting potentially a tangible natural resource back. So I agree that on what you're getting back, there won't be cash flows, but on what you're giving up, there might be. So that's why we still talk about cash flows here.
I think if we retain, it's got to be extended to make it clear that it's the asset that you're giving up, because otherwise it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Okay, so we make that the clarifications there. Patricia.
I spend a lot of time to understand this paragraph because this paragraph is the same in the PP&E. And in PP&E, I have the same situation to change the assets to, for example, the assets for consider their operational capacity and give an asset with financial capacity. And I think I understand. I think the problem is not specific for this standard, and then change in this standard, not changing the PP&E make this more confused. And then my suggestion is to, for example, maybe implementation guidance or illustrative example. I don't know if you understand my point, because this paragraph is exactly as in the PP&E. You have exactly the same situation in PP&E and here. And change here, not change in PP&E, it seems strange, because I can indicate that this situation, there isn't in the PP&E standard, but there is. It's exactly equal, because I can change, I can acquire an asset for the potential services and give for financial capacity. This is the main problem here, to understand this paragraph. And then my suggestion is to include or implementation guides or illustrative examples, because I help the users of these standards to understand in both in this and in the PP&E too. This is my suggestion.
So, Edwin.
So I think what you're saying is leave the AG as is, and then add implementation guidance on how this applies to natural resources. Yeah, so I think that would probably be a way to keep it consistent with IPSAS 45. Yeah, okay, so I agree with that. Okay.
Okay, thanks for that. I see that nods to that. So we add an IG. Okay, thanks.
Page 23, continuation of measurement.
Renee.
Yes, I just have a question, and maybe someone that deals in their jurisdictions with living resource may be able to clarify. But when we say that living resources are typically conserved at the species-wide level, so species, we refer to the entire species, and usually a government or an entity may manage the population of a species within a region, a jurisdiction. Is it expected that an entity would manage the whole global species at the species-wide level? Then it's a global space. So maybe I was just thinking, or could it be population-wide, like the difference between the species itself and a population, the population being akin to a region as opposed to to the globe. I mean, I don't know. I'm raising this, but maybe others can help clarify if that makes sense.
Yeah, so I think population is probably a better word because it's talking about that species within the jurisdiction or region. So, yeah.
So if we change that terminology, does that fix your problem then, Renee? Yeah, okay, that's good, thanks.
So that brings us to page 24, which is presentation. So then we move into Appendix B, amendments to other IPSAS. So I'll do amendments to IPSAS 1, page 25 to page 26. Amendments to IPSAS 16, amendments to IPSAS 12, page 26. Amendments to IPSAS 16, page 26 to 27. Amendments to IPSAS 27, page 27 to page 28. Sorry, that goes on to page 29. And then amendments to IPSAS 45, page 29.
David?
Actually, you missed out amendments to IPSAS 33, which is on page 28. So I think we need to take those away and make sure they fit in with the revisions to IPSAS 33 that were approved yesterday.
So I guess there's a process issue here, isn't there? That unfortunately the shutter is now down on 33, so they will have to be there as consequential amendments. Okay. Yep, Claudia?
I'm on the same IPSAS 33. Why we have amendments to IPSAS 50? It have nothing to do with natural resources. So it seems odd to have consequential amendments to exploring mineral resources from our project to IPSAS 33.
Yeah, I guess I included it because it's currently not in IPSAS 50, but you're right, it should really be an amendment in IPSAS 50 to amend 33. So, yeah, we can edit it in the editorial process for the handbook and fix it that way. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm confused.
So this line the amendment from IPSAS 50 was not in the issued version of IPSAS 50. So we were thinking we might as well just fix it now. But if we were to separate it, then when we do the editorial update of the handbook, we can add that in.
I mean, that sounds like the better approach.
Patricia, did you have a point?
Yes, I want to remember to include the amendment about heritage in the IPSAS 45, because you can return the amendment. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that moves us into the basis for conclusions, page 30.
Yakuba.
So on BC2, when it's come to unextracted subhole resources, we are talking about uncertainty on existence.
I think we also have uncertainty on measurement. It can be on the two criteria.
Edwin?
Yeah, I can add both. I guess where we landed was that the more key uncertainty that prevented recognition was existence uncertainty. Because if you only have measurement uncertainty, but you were certain about existence, you still could recognize an asset if you can come up with some model to estimate it. Whereas if you have existence uncertainty, you wouldn't even consider it as an asset. So that's why I only focused on that. But I see your point.
So it means that that need to be clear in your wording as well. So thank you.
Okay. I mean, it is important. Yeah.
Page 31 is BC6 to BC11.
Yep, Claudia.
I'm coming to BC11, where we're talking that we get only the response that there are only assets held for conservation. I think there was also a response that they said held for future generation. At least we should mention if we concluded that it's the same or whatever, but there was a lot of comments regarding held for future generations.
So we talked about benefiting future generations within the explanation of conservation. So that's why I didn't bring that into here. But if you think it's necessary, I can expand that in here as well. Okay.
Okay.
So page 32, which is definitions, BC 12, looks like, to BC 19.
Oh, sorry, Karen.
I'm slightly cheating because this is the top of page 33, but it is BC 19D. Recognizing the discussion we had earlier, and so there may be consequential amendments from that. But D at the moment says the item is held for conservation, which broadly means it is managed to prevent its degradation. I think we just need to be really clear around that, because we are saying that if it's held for conservation, then it is being managed to prevent its degradation. So I don't think we can say it broadly is, either it is or it isn't, but recognizing that you may need to do some drafting changes anyway as a result of the conversation earlier. Thanks.
Sure. Thanks, Karen.
So page 33, BC 20 to BC 25, recognition. Page 34, measurement, BC 26 to BC 30. Page 35, presentation, BC 31, and then effective date and transition to BC 37. Page 36, beginning application guidance, so BC 38 to BC 42. Page 37, BC 43 to BC 47. Page 38 begins implementation guidance.
Andrew.
Thanks again. Just to flag, these IGs would have to be redrafted based on the changes we've made to the scopes of the standards.
Yeah, okay. So that's a general comment. Yeah.
Page 39, IGs.
Claudia.
We have a look on AG5, the last sentence, which goes then to the following pages, where we explain it's unlikely that all tangible natural occurring item within a jurisdiction would meet the definition of an asset, as they are unlikely to be reserved if they are not actively managed. That it's one of the definition of our tangible asset, or conserved. I think we have conservation and managing together.
Thanks. Yeah, so that needs to be clarified. Okay.
Page 40.
Claudia.
I'm sorry, in this same paragraph, there's something we refer to generating economic benefits. I think it should be deleted as only natural resources can have service potential.
Okay, thanks.
Page 41.
Andrew.
Thanks. We have C2 there, the difficulties with recognition of subsoil resources, which I think made sense for this standard when it was a residual standard. But now that it's held for conservation, and the question talks about, can you recognize subsoil resources when you've got a program to actually extract these? Doesn't really fit in this standard anymore. So I did wonder if it should move to, I think inventory would probably be the next best standard.
Edwin.
So my view is that it would be helpful to users if we were to leave it here, because I think people might come to the standard for subsoil. I think it's more a matter of reworking the question to say, is it relevant in this standard? And the answer is no. And then explain you can't recognize it.
Andrew.
I would disagree that I would come here first, right? It's natural resources held for conservation. I'm not conserving these assets. Why would I come here?
I'm just wondering whether it's actually, I mean, as it's headed at the moment, difficulties in recognition is actually not where we are at the moment. Because I mean, I can see this both ways, but the problem has been that this has been a real issue all the way through, you know, and so I'm wondering whether it's actually the title that needs to change. You know, and it's almost sort of, why can't I, rather than. I mean, I get that's a slightly unusual way of approaching it, but all the way through, this has been a real problem in terms of stakeholder perceptions. Edwin.
Yeah, Dave just reminded me that we already talked about subsoil in the BC, so maybe we can just remove this whole section and incorporate it into that BC that talks about how we started with subsoil and then realized that we can't recognize it.
So I've now got 3 flags up on something that isn't in the standard. Claudia, David, and then Mike.
The EG wanted to clarify that we have difficulties in recognition of resources. Maybe we should reduce subsoil, and because that's still an issue that we wanted to talk about, that we have recognition restrictions. So maybe we can reframe, and then we have the subsoil in the BCs, because completely deleting, we're losing the context of what is recognition. To bind it to subsoil, it seems a little bit, especially extracting existence of program have to extract, it didn't have something to do with conservation or whatever.
So where are you going to relocate? Were you proposing to relocate it to then? So we reformulate it, yeah?
Yeah, just that we talk about resources. If we can't recognize them, if we can't have sufficient information for existing quantity and quality, so we can cap this concept in.
So sorry, I'm being slow on the uptake. Is this still in IGs? Yeah. I'm just going to take comments from David and Mike and then Andrew, and then we are going to come to a resolution on this. David.
I think I'm with Andrew on this one. I mean, the clue's in the title of the standard, held for conservation. You are not holding minerals that you're extracting or subsoil resources for conservation. So I think there's perhaps a need for a better discussion in the BCs, but I do not see the need for some of these IGs.
I mean, I'm wondering whether this isn't I mean, it's kind of a scope thing, isn't it, really? So could we not move this up into scope and then basically go with the kind of approach that Claudia was suggesting so that we're quite clear that it's out of scope? But it's just, you know, there's been a very sizable lobby all the way through that have been lobbying for this. And I think that's why we're trying to actually just kind of put a line under that. And I recognize it's unusual in a standard situation, but we have been struggling with this all the way through. So if we put it in the scope section and we reframe it as to why you can't, you know, then it actually gets those messages over. I agree it's got to be in BCs, but people don't look at BCs quite often. So I think that's probably why I'd suggest that we do that. So we move it up into scope, we reframe it as why I can't. Mike, then Andrew.
So thank you, Chair. My position is that I would find to leave it out anyway, because the reason why it's in here, it's where we came from, where we had a broader discussion about natural resources. Then we have that industry thing here, and even yes, maybe for oil and gas that's right, but it doesn't reflect that there are other resources like gravel which are accounted for depending on whether it's in the inventories or not. So I'm struggling with that, and if there's opportunity to leave that entire out, as we are just dealing here with preservation, conservation, I would be very fine.
Yakuba, and then frankly, I'm just going to ask for a show of hands on this one as to whether we keep it in or we you know, in as I'm proposing, put it in scope, reformulate it, or we leave it out. Yakuba.
Yeah, so I will be in favor for reformulation, because I remember that we got a lot of comment coming from constituents when it's come to those items. And we decided that we should communicate clearly why we are not returning them into the scope of the standard. So we decided that it should be in the basis. So to me, reformulating will give the right information than deleting it from our basis.
Okay, so I think the proposal I'd just like to show of hands on is that we reformulate it in terms of, and it goes in scope, and it's why you can't recognise to address the communication point. So Ross.
So show of hands for the proposal Ian just summarized. $14 for the proposal.
Okay, for the record, I guess, well, it's not a record, is it? So, I think we go with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so move us on then.
So page 42. Page 43. Page 44. And page 45 wraps up the implementation guidance. Oh, Claudia.
Daria.
I'm not sure what we wanted to clear in AG 28, where we have a reference to intangible assets.
Sorry, this is saying that you might have some agreements related to a tangible natural resource that doesn't impact the resource itself, but give rise to intangible assets. So you would apply IPSAS 31 to that asset.
I mean, it sounds like there's some drafting missing because what you said doesn't necessarily square with what's on the page there. So, Claudia.
It's more a scope issue, so maybe it should be then in the scope section.
I mean, I'm wondering whether we need IG 28. Do we lose anything if we delete it? Edwin, you look as though you're looking for retention. I mean, I think the members are satisfied we can delete, but
I think we can delete. So this was the stewardship issue that we talked about in June, and some of the constituents in the Indigenous Peoples group that we spoke to said that there seems to be something missing in terms of pointing to other IPSAS that could be applicable. So, for example, you could have an arrangement that results in a provision under IPSAS 19, but nobody thinks about that. I guess if we were to apply IPSAS perfectly in a perfect world, we wouldn't need this. But there was a clear messaging from the Indigenous groups that these arrangements could result in assets and liabilities, and it's just being ignored. So that's why we added it in.
well, I think the counter proposal is then we need something that actually elaborates why we're actually making that. So, it's the fact that there is a connection, but it's not actually, I'm not expressing it very elegantly, but, so we just add a sentence that does that and makes the connection, so makes some sense of it. Okay.
So that moves us on to page 46, which is the beginning of the illustrative examples. Page 47, we have illustrative examples on measurement.
Patricia.
Sorry. And in paragraph 14, item D, the comparison if the value of physically similar forests that are held for the production of timber type, I don't know how I pronounce. But here, I think it's not similar because when you have to consider the value of similar assets. Assets held for conservation is not similar with assets held for the agricultural activities. And I think here to compare this with the value of physically similar forests that are held for conservation. If I have other, I can in some way, that is situation. Yes, that I need to buy a forest for conservation because, for example, regulation. Then if there is market for this, okay, measure based on market approach. But considering one forest held for conservation and another for agricultural produce, I think it's not okay. And in similar, in G15, you need to elaborate such as limited or inconsistent historical sales data, because I can't compare an asset is held for conservation with assets held for financial capacity.
Renee, are you on this point? Yep.
On the first point, I just want to try to understand Patricia's point. IE 14 says that a valuation expert would adjust for so if the starting point of the valuation is a similar forest that is held for the production of timber, then the valuation expert can potentially use that as a starting point, but would have to adjust it to a different value to remove the production capacity and the commercial capacity of the forest. So I think it goes to Patricia. I think it addresses Patricia's point that a commercially operated forest shouldn't have the same value as a forest held for conservation. So I think that's what we're saying here, is that the valuation expert would consider that if the starting point is a forest used for its production capacity. So okay, to me, the logic works here, and I think we end up in the same outcome.
Claudia, are you on this as well? I mean, it does sound like we need to finesse the drafting to actually get that point over, because I can see Patricia's conceptual point, but I think there's also a practicality point as to how this would actually happen in practice. Claudia?
I think the first sentence obscures the problem. It says the valuation specialist used data from historical sales of forest held specifically for conservation. There are only data held for conservation, nothing more. So why I should adjust prices held for conservation by held for production of timber? So I agree with Patricia. This adjustment, it's not really necessary. But that's the first sentence, I think.
But I think this is the practicalities of valuation, because you might not have a strictly comparable asset. Ross?
So I think Edwin was probably going to make this point, but I think we actually had feedback about commercial transactions for conservation purposes. So that's why it's been added. So
Yeah.
not an idea that's been made up. We had people come to us and say in some jurisdictions, governments are buying forests to conserve them. So there are actual transactions. So I think maybe we got to work on the drafting, but maybe I put it back to Edwin.
Yeah, so I think it's a drafting point. So what I was really trying to say is you would use sales data for stuff that is specifically for conservation. But if you don't have that, I think you would start with a forest that was for timber production and then adjust it to get a better sense of whether your estimate makes sense. So it's almost two approaches getting to the same thing. Yeah. So
So we do need to make sure that the drafting is too short at the moment. It needs to explain that and make it clear in a way that actually then reconciles between the various different positions. So Patricia, I'd rather not get into the drafting at this stage. I think this is as Ross has explained, it's a practical issue that we just need to get this right. Okay. I'd rather not have another backwards and forwards on this, because I think we know where you are conceptually, but this is a point that practically this is what would happen. So, yeah. Okay. So we just need to take it offline and get the drafting straightened. Okay.
Page 48. Page 49. Page 50 wraps up the illustrative examples.
Karen?
We've talked earlier about potentially adding to the illustrative examples or expanding them. Just to make sure that it's captured, it would be good to have one about expenses that are incurred in managing the prevention of degradation, so that we're clear about what happens to those. Are they operating expenses or whatever? So an example that talks about those expenses would be helpful as well.
Thanks, Karen. And if you happen to have a ready prepared answer, then sorry, I'm being cheeky. Okay.
Page 51, there's nothing to discuss here. This will be updated based on decisions and instructions, but this is the comparison with GFSM. Page 52 is legal. And page 53 is the end of the document.
Okay. Good. So I think that that's been a very useful session. Actually, it's flushed out a number of remaining tensions and issues that we need to deal with. But I think we've got ways forward on all of those. And just to reiterate then, when this comes back in October, all of the track changes that we've got at the moment will be accepted, and then the changes that we will have will be reflected, will be there in markup. And I think it's fairly clear from those who are putting into the debate who needs to be involved in making sure that we've got the drafting right on all of those various additions and amendments that need to be made. Edwin.
Yeah, so I just want to bring up the amendments to heritage assets before we forget. So on a slide now, this is essentially what was proposed in the in ED 92. And all we're doing is striking out environmental and natural from the description. And based on that, if you do have something that's, I guess, would have been a heritage asset that's based on environmental or natural features, it would now be in tangible natural resources held for conservation if it was held for conservation. Yeah. Okay, I see Andrew nodding, so that's good.
You don't see him frowning anyway, or putting his flag up. But Ross has got his flag up.
I just want to make sure that we're clear as well that this is the description of heritage in our standards that was put in there when we did IPSAS 45 to help with dealing with identifying heritage items that are recognized as PP&E. So this only comes to in play, you have to meet all of the recognition criteria to be property plant equipment. So by the way we've designed it now anyway, you would never be in this standard anyway. So this is more on the heritage issue. So those items that would have hit those buckets would be in natural resources if you're conserving them. You could still have items that could agree with this now and meet the definition of PP&E and be in this standard if they're being held as PP&E. So changing this doesn't preclude that, because we added this when we did 45. It wasn't in 17 and people were recognizing these types of items, but this was coming out of the heritage project to help people deal with heritage and heritage accounting related issues. So I just wanted to be clear on that. There was a bit of an insinuation that maybe we were moving things from one standard to another. I think if you're recognizing heritage as PP&E today, using it as heritage, it's likely it would still be in IPSAS 45. So it's not changing. It's just being clearer. If you're recognizing an item now with two standards, you would think about where it might go. Again, it's a description, not a definition.
Right. I think with that, we bring tangible natural resources held for conservation to a close for this meeting. I think we've given good direction. In particular, we've got the decision on the definition, which I think is really important. So with those remaining pieces of work, we will see that back to review the drafting changes in the October check-in. So we now move on then into climate-related disclosures. So welcome Alex and Karen to the table.
Thanks, Chair. So this meeting will be the board's first review of the draft final pronouncement. And if you look at agenda 7.3.1, it is the draft final pronouncement with track changes from the ED. And that's reflecting changes that the board has discussed in June and in July meetings after looking at the summary of responses in April this year. So we'll mainly be going through the three main groups of changes. and then we'll discuss the approach to materiality guidance, and then we'll perform a page flip, page by page review of the draft final pronouncement. And then after this meeting, in the October meeting, we are going to have our second review of this draft standard, and then in December will be the planned approval of the standard, and then we'll also be reviewing the draft feedback statement. So the first group of changes are changes as a result of splitting into two separate standards, and these are highlighted in pink in agenda item 7.3.1. And these are changes reflecting the board's decision in June of earlier this year to split the standards into two separate projects and two separate phases. Phase 1 addressing own operations, and then phase 2 public policy programs. And the main impact of this is in the core text, we have removed references in the objective, scope, definitions, and then also across the 4 pillars of governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. Especially, there was a section in metrics and targets for public policy programs that we have removed completely. In terms of the appendices, we have renamed Appendix A1 into A, and that's going to be what was in known operations. And we've removed Appendix A2, which referred to public policy programs entirely. And then we've also, throughout the rest of the standard, we've removed all references to public policy programs, with the exception of the BCs, where we removed some detailed discussions on public policy programs, but still retained some of the thinking and discussions by the board, coming into the decision to split the project into 2 phases. So I'll pass it over to the chair for discussion.
Okay, so what we'll do is I just want to take any overarching comments on how staff have approached this. And then what we will do, I think, is actually just go through. So there are 3 different main types of changes, and recognise there is a lot that has changed. And that's why staff have helpfully shaded. So then I think we will go through and we will just look page by page at the changes that have been made for each of those types of changes. So if you've got a change which is actually as a result of, I don't know, conforming to S2 or whatever, we will pick that up when we get to that. So what we're doing at the moment is just looking at changes that have eventuated because of the split into 2 standards. And we will then have a final, when we've gone through each of those 3 types, we will then come back and have a go through the final standard as well to pick up anything else. So it's really just trying to keep the discussion structured, recognising there's a lot of moving parts here. Actually, this is probably where we need Dave's services in terms of page flip, because that just means that Alex and Karen can constitute.
We're going through the pink colored shading.
So literally, we're just picking up those pages now where you have those salmon colored points.
Okay, so I'm on page 4, which is the table of contents.
Sorry, Mike, you wanted to come in?
Maybe it's allowed to have a general comment on that. I agree to split the project, no doubt. But however, I think it's a little bit radical to remove the reference to public policy programs as it is done here totally, because it ignores that we had a certain journey. We had lengthily discussed about the public sector specific situation where we have figured out that was formerly called own operation and public policy programs. And therefore, I think it's very important. You can read it in the BCs, but I think we should include that reference in the scope section also, that we exclude that. I'm not on the page saying, okay, we are doing the IFRS approach, ignoring that. But if you look in the BCs, you will clearly read that PPP is outside. And as it is a very important fact, we should also put that in the scope of the negative scope of our first standard to make that clear, because otherwise constituents see it in the BC and think, oh, important information, but why not in the first part?
So I'll go to Ross in a moment, but I think we have a real problem because we've not completed the work on public policy programs. So you can't scope out something that you haven't already finalised, and we don't have a clear definition of. Ross.
Yeah, Ian, you said exactly what I wanted to say. It's quite an odd situation for a communication point to have things in the scope to a standard that doesn't exist, that we haven't completed the responses to. So although I appreciate where you're coming from, I don't think that's the appropriate way to fix it in our standards. The scope of the standard and the definitions we have in the standard need to relate to the guidance in the standard. The BCs will have to be where we tell the story on the fact that we did attempt to do a complete standard that included public policy programs, but in responding to our constituents, we've decided to split it, and that phase of the project's incomplete. And we can talk about that in our communications as well, but it be a rather odd situation to have things in the authoritative text related to a future standard we haven't finished yet. So I don't think we've ever done that before, and I don't think it would be a good approach as the standard setter.
Mike, back on that.
So just very shortly, but I just remember the discussion about metrics and targets, what reporting on, and then we had this discussion before, is public policy part of that or not? It's just on that thing, whether we consider of what we are trying to reporting, whether PPP is in it, those information or not. Doesn't want to say something about the future project.
But if you're going to scope it out, you've got to agree on what the definition is, and we've got comments related to the definition and what it's going to cover. We haven't finished that work. So it wouldn't be following our due process.
Yeah, I mean, we literally cannot scope something out that we haven't decided what it is yet. And so it is an unusual situation, but we have to find another way of doing it. And the best tool that we have is actually basis for conclusions, because that's what tells the story of the project. And we can certainly do it in the at a glance, we can do it in the feedback statement, and those are the tools that we have available to us, but it cannot be done in the standard because we haven't concluded, we haven't finished analysing the comments or anything like that. So, you know, it's a challenge, but we just can't do it. You know, it's just not due process wise, not possible. I'll take other comments on how we do it, but those other tools are the tools that are available to us at the moment. Yakuba, and then Karen, and then Patricia.
Thank you, Chair. For me, I would like to insist on the communication side, because as board member, I was also struggling to see in what way one of our constituents, when he will implement our standard, and he still have public policy program ongoing, in what way he will be using the standard at that point. So to me, it is fine to clean all the wording related to public policy, but we still need to communicate better so that they know maybe another standard will come to cover that side of the issue. So I would like to insist that communication will be key. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we can only communicate the decisions that we've made. What we can't do is communicate anything that binds the board in terms of where it might go in the future, in terms of we have the debate about, do we stick with climate-related public policy programs, do we expand it to all public policy programs, and so on. So we have to be very careful in what we actually communicate at this stage. Ross, and then I'm going around the table.
And just as a reminder too, we are already communicating what the plan is. It is as a phase 2 on our work program that's publicly on the website. We had a press release right after the June meeting where we communicated that we decided to split the project and there would be 2 phases. So in terms of communication, it's continuing that with the feedback statement and in the release when we finalize phase 1. So I think we're doing elements of it. It's the continuation of that we have to keep doing. Thanks.
Thanks, Ross. So I'm just going around the table. because we've clearly got to get on the same page on this one. But I do reiterate, we have not taken any decisions on PPPs, so we can't say exactly what we're going to do. We can only communicate that we've done the split and we've got basis for conclusions and we've got at a glance, and the feedback statement. Those are the tools that we can use without defining. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. I had a slightly different point, and it was a clarification question as much as anything. And apologies if I've missed this and it's just not landed here with me, which is around the structure of it, particularly around Appendix B. So I just wanted to check, is the intention that Appendix B will at some point get lifted into a general standard, and that's why it's still in Appendix B rather than sort of included in the main standard? So I just wanted to double check that is a positive decision that's been made, and that's what the intention is.
So that's where you went around for the beginning of the story, but that's precisely why we put it in an appendix in the first place. So that it can be lifted straight out as and when we do an S1. Patricia, and then Camira, Renee, and Claudia.
My concern is in relation to delete the expression on operations, because when I continue to use the on operations, I can understand the from the what are the perspective. And then I think we need to retain on operations, and then it's in some way address the problem to exclude the PPP. It's not necessary to describe PPP as an exception, but I continue to understand the scope of this, because there are specificities of the public sector that need ask us to indicate clearly about what is this standard. Thank you.
Thanks, Patricia. So Karen, back to you on that.
Yeah, so this is perhaps better for the next section when we're talking about alignment with public policy programs. But then it was something that we considered going through some of the comments in as some respondents had issues with the term own operations and how it actually referred to, it was loosely used to refer to scopes 1 and 2 emissions in the greenhouse gas protocol, while in our standard, we're looking at it to encompass all scopes 1, 2, and 3 emissions. So there was some labeling issues. There was a gap in the labeling between the two. And so from the staff perspective, with this draft final pronouncement, we were trying to see if we had taken out the term own operations, how it would look like, and whether it would resolve that issue, and also to better align with private sector guidance.
Joshua.
But I think it's important to indicate, because during the EG, the elaboration of EG, you have a long discussion about what is the scope, that the scope in this approach is up to output. And then the on operations connect with operational model, then it clearly indicates that it's considering up the production of output. And then I think maybe it's better explain in relation, explain the scope 3 than to remove this.
Ross, you want to comment on this?
Yeah, just to believe further in the papers, we have the time to debate this in more detail, because it's not really related to the split. The reason we had own operations in the first place, that was an adaptation to S2 that we put in when we were putting it in the standard, because we were doing a combined standard at the ED stage that had 2 reporting perspectives in a single standard. So you needed to differentiate between reporting on public policy programs and reporting on own operations, because any user of that standard would only might only be reporting on one of those two perspectives. So at that time, there was a need to delineate so people would know which part of the standard to apply. In splitting that and not being done public policy programs, there's no longer any need to differentiate own operations from anything else because we don't have public policy programs yet. So it's not adding to any clarity if you pick up the standard as is now and you read through on what you're reporting, because you go through scope, definitions, and determine if these are the disclosures your entity needs to make, because you're not differentiating from public policy programs. We don't have that. When we get to public policy programs and we finalize what that's going to cover based on the comments we've received, there might be a need to amend at that time. And through our normal process, we might actually amend this standard. But it would be premature to do that now and put own operations in there until we figure out what the split is. So again, with what we saw in the comments we received, it was actually causing problems. Specifically with the application of greenhouse gas protocol and the wording that's used there. So the staff recommendation is to take it out. And if we need it when we get to public policy programs, we'll bring it in as amendment to the standard then.
So I think, if you look at this, clearly this does relate to scope, but actually it talks very firmly about an entity. When we look at the scope paragraphs, so you've got climate-related risks to which an entity is exposed, climate-related opportunities available to the entity. We also have a bit of application guidance on it. So, whether it's possible to add something in there without actually just defining, does not include any cross-government programs or something like that, without calling them PPP. So at least it gives you something. And then clearly we've got to make sure that the basis for conclusions is very clear, that, obviously you've seen own operations, but now this is actually a standard that's focused on an entity's own operations. And that's probably, it gives you something to hang the story on. It gives you an idea that it's not. And then, as Ross says, as and when we do a PPP program standard, that can be augmented at that stage. But I think at least it gives us it gives a hook, which is a nod to the point that you were making there, Patricia, so that we sort of talk about something like cross-government programs or activities such as cross-government programs, so it's not tying it down, but it does address that point in the scope in the AG and also in the BCs. Okay, so if that's the proposal in terms of how we address that, because I know from discussions, I think that was concerning people, but I think that takes us in the direction, it gives some clarity without getting us into definitional problems. So I'll take the other, I think that was probably where other people were. I knew from conversations that was going to come up. So obviously we'll need to see the drafting on that, but that probably gives us enough for now. Okay. So I think that was an important conversation to have because it's attention. Renee.
Yes, thank you. So just to clarify my understanding, I think I agree. So right now, that story, when I look at the basis for conclusion under introduction, we're not telling that story. We refer to the CP, but we're not saying that we considered and then this is not in here and there. I think we need to acknowledge that we started with a dual approach and that this is specific to own operations. I don't know that we want to use that term. Maybe in the BC we want to, because we've used it in the ED. So maybe there is a basis to tell the story properly, referring to own operations in the BC. So to me, that's where we tell the story, but we try to tell a fulsome story.
I think we can certainly, in the BCs, we can refer to the term own operations to public policy programs, because then, as you say, we're telling the story of what was in the exposure draft and how we've actually taken that forward. So, Karen, to you.
Yeah, I think right now we do have it in BC 25, so we do still refer to own operations and public policy programs in that story, but I see your point and how it maybe is further down in the BCs, so we could elevate it back up.
Yeah, I think that's probably the solution, because I think it's pervasive in terms of people's understanding of the final guidance, and it's an important part of the journey. So if we bring that higher up, and then to Renee's point, if we then make it absolutely explicit about, this was own operations formally, now that we've also taken PPPs out. So, and then with that, we also have just a generalized explanation added into the AGs on scope. I think that's probably about as good as we're going to get at the moment, but it does do that. Okay. Good, thank you. I think that was a very necessary discussion to have. So I'm wondering, actually, before we start going through, oh no, hang on, I've got my timing wrong. Yeah, my timing is almost right. So what I'm going to suggest is that we take a coffee break at this point in time. If everyone can come back at 3:15, and then we will go into the walkthrough in terms of the consequential changes from that split. Okay. Okay, so refueled by caffeine and yeah, I think Andrew, you feel like I feel. It's a hard day. I think today's the toughest day actually, agenda-wise. Sorry, I shouldn't jinx it, but no, there's a lot to get through. Okay, so what we're going to do is Alex is actually going to do is actually going to lead us through the page flip. And we're just literally just focusing on what's being deleted in terms of the sort of salmony beige, whatever you call it, color. So Alex.
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, so we're focusing first on the beige color for the split, and we're on page 5 with objective and scope.
Claudia.
I'm wondering if you use the chance to make clear which primary users we have in this standard. In paragraph 12, we refer to primary users of general purpose financial reports. In the objectives, we only spoke about primary users. And I think there was more reference in the document. I think we should be consistent over the whole document, which primary users we are, meaning that's paragraph 1.
Alex.
Yeah. So I think it can be a helpful addition there, Claudia, but it is also mentioned immediately before as well, right? So an entity to disclose information in its general purpose financial reports. So there'd be repetition there, but if you think it's provides clarification through that repetition. What do you
Karen,
yeah.
sorry. So what it would read as is the objective of this draft standards provide principles for an entity to disclose the information in its general purpose financial reports about climate related risks and opportunities that is useful to primary users for accountability and decision making. So Claudia, you were looking for.
Personally, I would say a reference primary users of general purpose financial reports. That's the focus. It's
Karen.
Yeah, so in Appendix B, we've defined primary users of general purpose financial reports as primary users, but maybe that's something we can add or refer to the definition in Appendix B.
I mean, there is one other, sorry, just before you come in, Claudia, there's one other thing that, I mean, there is a tension here in that it's like when we do, so we're trying to bring this back more closely into alignment with IFRS S2. So obviously there's a tension in terms of if the wording is in a certain way in IFRS S2, do we need to change that, or is it drafting preference? And perhaps what I was hearing there was more drafting preference than, because the material is there, it's just the words are in a different place to where you were proposing them, was my understanding.
I just prefer to be consistent over whole the document. Sometimes we use primary users, sometimes we use primary users of general purpose financial reports. It depends on which paragraph. And that makes it a little bit difficult for understanding if it's always the same. When we are always the same, I learned first time primary user from it, and then we use only primary users. If you have this mix about all the appendix, core text, it seems to us we are talking about different user groups.
Maybe just a quick point of this. I think maybe this is better in a drafting group too, that we can have part of a look at that.
Yeah.
But having a look at S2, it's actually how you've said it, Claudia. So they have general purpose financial reports after primary users. So to alignment there, Jared, it's
okay, so
maybe
we
a further
do need
argument.
to flip it. Okay, that was where I was confused. Okay, all right. So I think, you know, I mean, that probably default is actually we should use the wording in the same order as S2, unless there's a reason why not. Yeah, okay. Karen, are you still in on? Okay. So Mari, you want to come in?
My concern is the same as Claudia's. And so the primary users is, we can find the primary users, what primary users everywhere, and AG and BAG. And so the definition is maybe the primary user is representatives of citizens, representatives. And so it's my concern, but maybe this standards is for not only the representative, but also the citizens, and so all the public, and is so I remind the members two-block model of IFAC, and so the public sector's focus is a multi-stakeholder focus, and so it's so important the word of primary users, the definition of primary users. So thank you.
Karen.
I think I'm trying to get the right comments in the right part of the discussion here, which is why I didn't raise it. But I think the point that Mari is making is I think a concern that I have is about the definition of primary user in this standard, because I think it becomes much broader than how it's applied for financial statements, because you could have lots of different groups of society who've got interests in climate related issues, and therefore you've got a plethora of groups who could be interested in this rather than perhaps the ones we're more familiar with. So I don't know whether that is Mari's concern, but I think that is something that I'm conscious could be the case in terms of the definition of primary user, but unless I recognise that's not about the split, but I think it's a more kind of pervasive issue.
Well, going back to the decision that we made right up front in this project, it is primary users as in the conceptual framework. And there are lots of potential users, but it is primary users as in the conceptual framework.
Yeah, adding on to the chair, we didn't identify this as one of the key issues that was raised by respondents to the ED.
I mean, I think there is an issue just within S2, if I remember right, that actually I think they alternate between using primary users and users. And we may want to say, right, okay, we are absolutely deliberate that we are talking about primary users unless it says otherwise. And that might be something we want to do. Karen.
I think this may be something that when we get to talk about implementation guidance in due course is something that we need to pick up there so that we don't create or intend to create something that actually is unworkable for the sector.
Yeah, I've also noticed in what some of the S2 implementation material they've been putting footnotes that primary users and users are interchangeable, but I think this is something that we can continue to address through implementation.
Ross.
Yeah, I think I wanted to come in for Karen Sanderson's point. Not Karen, I agree with Karen Leong's point, but I think this is a really tricky issue, the users issue. So because, well, not clarity on it's tricky. So we've come with the same definition in our conceptual framework on users now that we've made the changes we agreed this morning. That's consistent with what they have in the private sector. And the same way we're using the definitions in our non-financial reporting standards in the same way they're doing in S2. Where the real difference comes will be in the application because we have broader user groups. And the clarity on that will come when we do the implementation support and take the educational material that the IPSASB has already developed, which is very good and very helpful, but we'll have to public sectorize that. And that's where the richness for users and how to apply the materiality will come. So I think we could spend a lot of time talking about principles around this table and add no more clarity than what we have today. But when we work through that practical document, that's already a good, helpful document that breaks up our definition of materiality into various concepts and explains how to implement it, that will be where the success of the standard will start to come, in my view. I just want to make that point because I think it's pretty important.
Thanks. So, sorry, just to labour the point then, in terms of this document, if we mean primary users, are we going to say primary users? Because I do think that's one thing where, you know, potentially the IPSASB actually muddied the waters by saying, well, we'll use primary users, or because it's not going to help us then when we get into the guidance. And it seems to me actually most of the time we are actually talking about primary users, and if we are talking about primary users, we should say primary users, which is our, you know, as defined in the framework, rather than kind of going, well, it might be, you know, because that's kind of sitting on the fence. I will leave people to contemplate on that, but I think that is a decision we're going to have to make. Sunjin.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not trying to join this debate about primary user versus user, but I'm trying to ask for clarification about the reason why we are limiting about the information, because in the first line, it says objective of the standards is to provide principle for entity to disclose information in the financial report about climate-related risks and opportunities. If you use the same description in, well, same similar language in S2, they don't have that kind of limitation. So I'm trying to narrow it down, the information they're going to disclose, because I'm not the last person. I'm the last person to become a language police here, but disclose information in the report, then disclose where? I think the language used in S2 is entity to disclose climate-related risks and opportunities in the general purpose financial report. So either clarification about the specific language used in this way, or changing. Well, we can simply just take that general purpose financial report here and put it back to users of general purpose financial report.
Alex.
So I see this, Sunjin, is coming back to the point we had from Claudia here, which is to then align with IFRS S2, we would make that drafting change. And I think it would then help with both of the points that we've heard there.
Okay. Adrian.
I don't understand that discussion. For me, users, whatever they may be, primary users, they are a category. They're not specified population of persons who would identify with a list of possible users. Of course, preparers do not prepare financial statements or reports for all of the world. I mean, they don't disseminate it to the most remote populations. They have an intention, and the intention is clearly, founded on, for primary users, accountability and decision making. Then there are other users, of course, many users who are just curious or have absolutely no vested interest in the use of those reports or financial, be them financial or whatever they may be. So when we say primary users, I believe for me that it is a category of people who have that vested interest in receiving information for sake of accountability and decision making. Then when we say users, of course, it embraces the primary users and many other users, but we are not going to, I believe, issue standards for the presentation of reports for a unlimited number of possible users. So for me, the discussion is pointless in the end, because if we consider users as a category of users.
I mean, on one level, I can kind of agree with you, but actually there are some important distinctions here, because actually, if you look at the way that, say, GRI aims its reports, actually it's for a much broader it's anybody who might have a possible interest in, which is where you get into all kinds of problems. And so, that's kind of why we're laboring the point at this point in time, because it actually, I entirely agree with your summary there that primary users are a particular group rather than a kind of anybody that might walk through the door and have an interest, because that then ties in very clearly with the perspectives that we've been taking, which is materiality is defined in respect of primary users, and also then and not so problematic here, but with public policy programs where we're focusing on outcomes as direct impacts from. So it's all about that. It's being very tight about that accountability framework, and therefore who are these reports being aimed at. So on one level that sounds quite a pedantic distinction, but on another level actually I think it's very important. And that's where I think there may be, when I've read S2, I kind of think, well, actually, okay, yeah, maybe they're saying it's users is fine, but actually, it's probably quite important to be quite precise about it, to avoid that kind of, because when we get into is it double materiality and all of those kinds of things, if we're saying it's primary users and it's materiality defined in this way. So that's why we're having the debate at points in time.
Oh, sorry, but my point was in fact to say that when we say primary users, we are very clear in what are the primary users, because we have the conceptual framework as a reference, and we also have those criteria that are accountability and decision making. So my point was that not to say, okay, we should say users or no. When we say primary users, there is no ambiguity for me. I mean, conceptually.
No, I agree, and I think that's where, therefore, actually we should be precise throughout where we say it's primary users. Just to underline that point, even if there's an ambiguity in S2, I think we probably should be very precise all the way through. Okay.
Excellent. Okay, so that brings us to page 6 in definitions. So we'll see remove climate-related public policy programs. Page 7. The removal, also definitions, own operations, public policy programs, public policy program outcomes.
Murray.
Yes, thank you. From my point of view, the operational model, the definition of operational model is so broad. So from my point of view, operational model is so broad. It's so broad sense. And so maybe the BC 25, all of the activities in the entities operational model in sustainability reporting is informally associated with scope 1, 2 emissions. And however, I cannot understand that this definition is so broad, and so I cannot understand the consistent understanding. I can't understand consistently. And so maybe the counterpart of definition of in the private sector is a business model. And in private sector, business model is closely related to its value creation, profit creation, performance achievement. And so, however, this operational model is, I cannot understand the explanation of the BC 25 is inconsistent or not. Thank you.
Karen.
So I think your question was on the term operational model, and I think this was something that the board had discussed when we developed the exposure drafts, and agree that maybe it might not be so clear, but it was a direct adaptation. Well, it was an adaptation of what the IFRS 2 meant by business model, but then taking in the elements of RPG 3. So if you look at the definition itself, where we're taking in the principles of RPG 3, outputs, outcomes, and inputs, outputs, and outcomes. So maybe something we can do, maybe in the BCs we could link it back to the RPGs to clarify that point.
So, Mary, back on this. But what I do want to just be clear on this page flip, I only want to deal with the things that we're deleting in the pink beige colour. So.
Yes. So my question is about that aims to fulfill the entity's objectives is a so broad sense.
I'm not sure. Sorry. Can you just come back on that? Because I don't want to leave an ambiguity here that we're going to have to deal with later. So.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to come back on this one. So this is the point, though, Mary, just to be clear, where you're talking about operational model, which isn't deleted through the beige text. But there is actually quite close alignment if you go back to IFRS S2, where they also talk about outputs and outcomes in their definition. So we have pretty close alignment here to the business model definition from IFRS S2, bringing in then the grounding from RPGs in addition to that. But I think I'd actually be in the same position where you were, Karen, which is we give more information through a single BC line or two to help preparers in that regard. But yeah, as you've said as well, Chair, not the beige text. If we're able to come back to it, it'd be excellent.
But I mean, on that specific point, just to round that out, if it helps that we need to add some explanation in BC 25 that you're referring to there, Mary, then we're very happy if you want to, work with staff on some suggestions on that one. Okay. Adrian, you're still in or not? No. Okay.
Well, yes, I'm still in.
Okay.
Well, I want to say that operational model is something that is well understood by many people in the industry and business. It is absolutely different to the business model. The operational model is exactly what it says. The system to fulfill the entity's objectives is different than the strategy of the company. It's different than the business model that is the creation of value. Okay? So I don't see how we could, name it. It's there's been a lot of academic, studies, research, and papers on operational models. Now, possibly we could refer to some of them or some of an academic definition of what? Harvard Business School, MIT, or whatever, or maybe a European reference. I don't know. But
I think
what can we do?
What we're doing is this is why we're defining it as a term, because we're saying in our standard, this is what we mean. And all we need to do is just actually make sure we've explained that sufficiently in the basis for conclusions. So I think we've not been told through the comments that we need to change that. All we're doing is we're just saying what I think Mary was wanting was some further explanation, because it is a departure from IFRS S2, and that's just that explanation that we have maintained that definition in the draft pronouncement. So I think that's all we need to do here. Patricia.
I think because we exclude the PPP reference, maybe to better understand the scope, in this definition, the expression outcomes should be deleted, because I can understand if I could input through its activities into output that aims to fulfill the entity's objectives, but outcomes is not part of this, because outcomes is linked to programs. I think, yeah. The focus is not on the outcomes here.
So the main point back for me on that, Patricia, is that if you look at the S2, where we are really aiming at an alignment project here, it also uses outputs and outcomes in their definition. And I think we'd want to stick with that just as a rules of the road. unless there's a particular.
Yeah, I mean, I think also we know that there are problems in measuring outcomes and that many entities contribute to outcomes. So I think, there's an inherent issue here, but I don't think we should try and fix things that we haven't been asked to fix, Ross.
I was just going to say that maybe as the takeaway is we go back and look at the comment letters and see if there were any concerns on this, because this is something the board had already agreed in the exposure draft, and now we're unpicking it. We shouldn't really be doing that unless there's a strong push from our commenters to say this wasn't clear and they needed help.
I mean, I think that's right. We have agreed this. It ties in with our literature, and we have RPG3, which, IPSASB don't have. And I think we don't want to fix problems that we haven't been asked to fix. So, I mean, unless there's a real reason, there's a real drive coming from the comments, then I think we should go with what the board already agreed. I mean, we approved the exposure draft, and all we're doing is making the changes responding to our constituents rather than rethinking and reopening. If you don't have to. Okay, so I mean, can we move on then, please?
All right, so page 8 brings us into governance, which has a bit of the beige text at the end. And page 9, continuing with governance. We're removing the public policy program references. Strategy on page 10.
Dana.
Yeah.
Yeah. With about the climate-related risks and opportunities. I think, I don't know, opportunities not really covered well, and we always struggle with it in S2. So I don't know whether we can take this opportunity to fix it for public sector.
Sorry, Jonah, do you mind just explaining that? I'm struggling to, yeah.
Yes. If you look at paragraph, is it 11? Yeah. There's climate-related risks and opportunities. So you find a lot of discussion is on risk opportunities, risk scenarios, but you find very little on what we should do with opportunities. So I don't know whether in this project we can consider doing a little bit more than these two did on opportunities.
Karen.
So if I understand your question, you're looking for better guidance, further guidance on what we mean by climate related opportunities. I think there's an opportunity to do it there through our implementation guidance. We haven't really received a lot of comment on clarifying that, but I think there is an opportunity to provide some staff guidance through that.
I mean, again, this is aligning with S2. So, I mean, unless there's a particular public sector issue, what we shouldn't be doing is actually elaborating on what is in S2, because otherwise we're going to create confusion. And particularly if we start saying, well, this is an opportunity and the IPSASB disagrees with us. Ross.
I also think it reflects the topic we're talking about. There's many more climate related risks at the moment than actual opportunities. So that's probably why it doesn't feel very balanced when it's giving examples of the types of things you disclose, because most of them are going to be related to climate adaptation and climate risks and, the things that we all see every day. And I don't think there's been a whole lot of positive climate related opportunities coming up that people need to disclose to their users.
Alex, you.
Yeah, and just maybe to add to what Ross has said there, I think there might be a public sector difference here in terms of opportunities usually being articulated as business opportunities. So the commercial gain that you could have through transition, for example, or for maybe that you're building resilience in particular communities or something like that. But I have to dig it out for you, Jonah, but there is an area where we articulate a particular public sector opportunity that we made changes in the drafting and tried to frame that in a way that wasn't in that kind of private sector lens. So maybe that'll give you some clarity there.
Okay, so I think we need to just see what we can do on that. Okay.
So we're at page 11 then. Operational model and value chain, pardon?
Murray.
Yes, thank you. Paragraph 12. My question is about the strategic decision making and capital allocation plans. I wonder.
Can we come back to that later, Mary? Because I'm just trying to take us through the beige at the moment in terms of material we're taking out. We will come back and do a full page flip. So.
Good. So the next beige text then is on page 15, taking us to risk management, which continues through to page 16, metrics and targets. Then to page 19, where we've removed metrics for climate-related public policy programs. That's continued on page 20. And transition on page 20. And page 21 is then application guidance, Appendix A. Page 23. Good. Right, and moving on for a little while. Then to page 35 and 36. Yeah, I have it on 35. Yeah, page 35, the greenhouse gas emissions. Page, okay, continuing on a bit. Page 43. And this is we're going to do that one in as a block because that's the removal of what was Appendix A2. So the application guidance for climate-related public policy programs. And that brings us then to Appendix B, which is on page 54. Page 55. Page 56, general requirements. Page 58. Page 59, judgments, uncertainties, and errors. Appendix B, AG is the application guidance for the general requirements on page 61. Page 62. Page 63. 64. 65. Page 66. Page 67. Middle of page 68. Page 69, the reporting entity and connected information. Page 70. Okay, now we're moving on to Appendix C, the qualitative characteristics. First reference to the beige text is then page 75. Page 76. Page 78, where we remove outcomes. That brings us to basis for conclusions. So here, change from page 83. We talk about addressing the public sector policy and regulatory role. Continues on page 84 to 85. Then remove text from 85, 86, and 87 in the basis of conclusions. Removed text on page 88 and 89, 90, page 92 under metrics and targets, page 93, page 95, removing the climate-related public policy program text here under the BCs. That continues through to page 98. And that's, and then, yeah, into effective date, transition. So page 100, page 102, reporting entity, 103, page 104. That brings us to implementation guidance, page 105, removing the public policy program references there, 106, 107, 108, and sorry. When did you put it up, Claudia? Sorry.
107.
107, okay.
I would keep in this AG8, maybe we'll reframe them, but to make clear if outcomes of programs are included in scope 3 or not. So I wouldn't delete everything. So just to give an indication.
Is this something we might be able to address in the BCs, given that we have received a lot of comments on the definition of public policy programs, and similar to what we discussed earlier, without that definition, I think there might be a challenge in keeping this in the IG.
Yeah, I mean, it very much is around the scope as we had it. And I think we can have a look at the BCs, but I think it's not relevant in terms of the actual what will become the standard, precisely because it's about public policy programs.
And I think when we last discussed about scope 3, we had said that we would concentrate on some scope 3 guidance in the implementation phase. So there might be an opportunity of maybe through our sustainability implementation forum, someone has identified there to be a confusion with that. Maybe there would be an opportunity to do it through that there as well.
I
think it goes a little bit back to the scope, and I think and where we have this operational model where we're talking about outcomes. I think it's worth to have a question about outcomes. If an entity is required to disclose all outcomes which are attributable to any climate-related topic in the entity. So that's why maybe we don't like to use a related public policy program, but we should give an indication if you mean all outcomes which are attributable or from this entity. Because if there's a policymaker, then these outcomes are, and they are included in their operational model. And I think it's just the clarification what we mean with these or not.
Can we deal with it in the operational model? Because I think the trouble that we're having is that outcomes can very often be delivered by multiple entities. So if you're looking at basically the day-to-day operations, they may well contribute to outcomes, but they won't necessarily be the whole outcome. so there is so if we deal with it in the operational model section, I think that's probably a better place than by retaining this IG, because there's quite, so I think we need to have a look at the BCs that talk about that. And also we might need a bit more material here that may be sitting in RPG3 at the moment. So if we have that as an action to see in the connection with the operational model description, whether we can get closer to that by bringing in a bit more material from RPG3. But outcomes are very problematic, definitely. Okay, Sunjin.
Thank you. I just want to add my own kind of interpretation of that term outcome, because outcome in operational model, I think that's outcome for overall government operation. But PPP we're talking about here for disclosure purpose is about climate related PPP. So outcome in operation model don't have to be about the climate related activities. So I don't think there's any conflict about that. And about the scope 3 overlap between scope 3 and PPP. I know we have not decided anything about PPP, but scope 3 is fundamentally about outside in kind of approach. So whatever happens outside somehow affects operation of the government activities. So if throughout the operational government activities, somehow there is value chain and somehow the other entities are related, then that will be included in scope 3. But PPP is about what governments are gonna do and influence outside stakeholders or other business entities, things like that. So I don't think there's any conflict between scope 3 versus the PPP. We will work on in the future.
So I think here we need to go back. We need to locate the discussion and the clarification of the number of points that have been raised around the table in relation to the operational model, and then we can make that sort of comment there, because we are going to have the value chain, which will have, so we will get the discussion right there, I think, rather than by pulling in this piece of IG here, which will create problems. Okay, so we move on.
Okay, so the next reference then is page 114, which continues on to page 115 and 116. It concludes on page 117. And then we have a few changes in the comparison with IFRS S2 on page 118. And that's the end of the document.
Okay, so that we've got a few issues there that we need to address, but essentially, particularly, we're going to have to go back to how we communicate overall what we've done, which was the initial discussion. And in a way, yes, this is a bit painful going through these deletions, but it seemed a lot easier to actually go through the deletions in a themed way so that we're all happy with what we've actually done. Otherwise, it's going to become very complicated. So that's really why we're doing this. And if you can bear with us as we go through the next two sets of changes, and then we will come back, and this is where Mari's point comes in, we will pick up anything that's on clean text that's not coloured in any way, so that we haven't lost anything, but it's going through this in a very deliberate way. Okay.
Okay. So the next group of changes are changes reflecting increased alignment with private sector guidance. So this was mainly raised by some respondents that told us there were editorial misalignments with S2. They're saying that we sometimes change certain words in S2 or rearranged the order of them. So they were suggesting that we prioritize a closer alignment with S2. And this is also thinking when with the separate standards, this is something that we can prioritize when working on phase 1 of the project, and they advise us to only depart when there is a public sector reason to do so. And the second reason for this change is there were concerns with the term own operations, but I think in the previous section there was an instruction for us to elevate the BCs of own operations and tell that story a bit better of the two phases. And so the main changes that we made here to increase alignment with private sector guidance, mainly we moved some text between the core text and appendix. If you remember in the ED, we had chunks that moved, especially in the strategy part that we moved between the core text and the appendix. They're now moved back to their original place. So if you see any green text, dark green text, that with an underline, that is moved text that they have been in the ED. And we've also removed most references to the term own operations still kept in the BCs. And we've reintroduced disclosure requirements on capital deployment as a metric category. This was something that was reflected to us very clearly from one of the respondents, saying that this was indeed relevant for them as a public sector entity. So we've introduced that back into the drafting, and we've also received one comment on to reflect better in the BCs on our decision to align with private sector guidance, citing interoperability as one of the benefits. So that's something we'll also add into our BCs. Pass it over to the chair.
Okay, so similar to last time, I'd just like to take any general comments at this stage before we have a look at the changes that have been made. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Just following up on my question about Appendix B, because we're in a slightly situation to the IPSASB in that they've got their standard out there. So you don't kind of need to cross-refer to it because it already exists. My slight worry is that Appendix B is a bit lost in there. You've got to go quite some way down to see what the general requirements are. So it's not as public as S1 is, and I just wondered whether we could elevate that in the standard to make clear that there are general requirements, because they are authoritative. Leave them where they are in Appendix B, but just make clear that there are general requirements that apply for the standard, so that anyone using it is very clear about that.
Well, I think we just have to be really careful, because the whole point, this goes right back to the decision that we made even before we got into the first meeting, that we knew that at some stage we're going to have to, if we did an S1, remove this and relocate the material. And so what we didn't want to do at that stage was go through a wholesale redesign, renumbering, all of that kind of thing. And I think that's the problem that we've got, is we don't want to have to make those fundamental changes. So, Ross, to you.
Yeah, I agree. I think we don't want to leave too much in, but I think we could probably signpost somewhere a sentence that we could take out when we move it.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure where that is, and I think I'll leave staff to come back with that, but it has to be something that is not going to kind of generate changes and all that kind of thing, when we just need to be able to surgically remove it at a later date. You know, I mean, I think fundamentally people actually just have to read the standard and know that's how it's structured. So, sorry, but, you know, we have been, it's one of these debates we've been backwards and forwards. So, okay, we'll see what we can do, but it has to be something that can just go, right, okay, it comes out. Karen.
Yeah, something that we've actually done with this version of the drafting, which we'll see in the next group of changes, is elevate the signposting of material information to paragraph 2. So that's something that we've done very consciously, reflecting the comments on how it was challenging to find where Appendix B was.
Okay, so we'll see what we can do, but it's the art of the possible. Mike.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to bore you just on own operations, that is very deeply connected to mentioning PPP. As an own operation, I think I take note that, okay, with split into two standards here stated, it's not necessary anymore, but I don't share that opinion. And I didn't share it because it was a fundamental discussion, the policy thing and the own operations. And we decided to cover the own operation with the IFRS S2 thing. I know that in the IFRS world, it's not mentioned as we have not that public sector specific task. And but here, I think it must be part of the scope. It must be mentioned at the very top, like own operations, something like slightly different, as to avoid that overlap what is mentioned. And so I'm, not convinced to solve that what Patricia said as well with elevating it somewhere in the BCs in the first paragraph. So my take on that is that it must be part of the scope to mention what is all about, to give our constituents clear scope from the first paragraphs on.
Ross.
So I'll just be crystal clear. So in looking at the comments we received and making the decision to split the standards, for the clarity and dealing with comments on the confusion created by own operations with GHG protocol that also uses that term, we recommend it's taken out because it's not needed for the two perspectives. So what we're asking for is whether board members agree or not. We kind of already had this debate when we went through the beginning. I know there's a couple board members that don't agree, but what I'd like to know is where the board is as a whole, because we can go back and forth on this. I've put forward what staff thinks should be done and how it will work when we get to public policy programs. But if the majority of the board wants to leave it in, that's the decision. But we're trying to deal with the comments we received from constituents on this. And there were comments that raised this point. And it relates to a decision the board made to split the standards. So I don't think there's another debate to be had. I think we need to know where the board is.
Karen. Sorry,
Just to
Karen.
try and broker away through that. I just wonder, there was a definition of own operations in the ED. I just wonder whether we can use that definition in the sort of the scope of it, which talks about what's in the operating model. I know there's another debate about that, but I just wonder whether we can bring that definition into the scope, not call it own operations, but just use that definition to provide clarity. I don't know if that finds is a way through that brokers it.
I mean, the problem we've got is own operations is defined in greenhouse gas protocol, and so if we use the term own operations in our standards, then we've got to amend it and interpret it elsewhere. So, I mean, and the point is, when you go back to the scope, this is for an entity. This is the reporting entity. I mean, we can discuss and in the BCs, we can communicate that, but it is a real problem that we've got to go somewhere with this. So, and that's why staff have proposed, based on their thinking through, that this is the way to address the constituents' comments. So unless the board can come up with a better way, which doesn't involve us then, because own operations builds in a problem with greenhouse gas protocol, there isn't.
My suggestion was not to include those words. My suggestion was to use what's currently defined in there, which includes all the activities of an entity's operational model, is to use those words and not refer to own operations at all.
Sorry, where are you proposing this?
So I think Mike's concern is in the scope. Part of it is to say that the scope of the activities is all of the activities in an entity's operational model.
But the scope, if we don't, so we've got scope, right? An entity, so this reporting entity shall apply this standard in reporting on climate-related risks to which it's exposed, climate-related opportunities to which it's exposed. So if what you want to do is actually add something which is in the AG, which is a bit more contextual, which a bit like we've aimed off with public policy programs. So is a kind of paraphrase, which is not a definition, then we can probably do that. But I think that's in AGs, and it's also, we can deal with it in BCs, but we can't define own operations because of the conflict with greenhouse gas protocol, which we've been told by our constituents is confusing. Mike.
Yeah, I agree to Karen's proposal. It's just being just avoiding the term own operations, as I acknowledge that it causes confusion. But if we take that one out of the own operation definition, not the term own operation, but that where we describe what we think it is, and put that in a certain type in the scope, I would be very fine.
Well, you know, okay, you know, but I think we're just going round and round and round. We can do this in AGs. I think if we do it in the scope section, we're going to cause more confusion than we're trying to solve. Because people need to, it's perhaps back to Renee's point earlier on, people need to understand the journey we've been on, and they can do that through the basis for conclusions. But people are going to come and read this standard cold. So if we include material which is not in S2, we have to be really clear why. What is the public sector difference? And own operations is part of the history. It's not part of the, it's not a public sector reason to depart. So that's the problem. So I think the proposal would be that we do something which is in application guidance, not right up front in the scope paragraph. And it's a kind of paraphrase of what's in own operations definition. But we don't go for this in the scope because that will confuse people. So the proposal would be that we include something which paraphrases the wording, and it deals with both own operations and public policy programs, and that is in the AGs. So I think that's a bridge to what you're looking for, but you know, it's the kind of what's in the final standard versus what's the history. So if you're okay with that, then we go with that. Is that okay as a way forward?
Yeah, so it's in the authoritative text, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay. So we'll work with you and Karen on that revised drafting in terms of the application guidance on scope, to make sure that we've done that. And we will have to explain this in the BCs. Okay. Right. Any other comments before we move in? So before we move into the alignment, Patricia.
Yeah, I think it's very hard to explain that it's connect only to the entity as report entity without considering the arrangement related to activities and outcomes. I think this is the difficult here. Maybe this AG should connect with the paragraph 4, because paragraph 4 indicates that you have to analyze climate-related risks and opportunities that could not reasonable be expected to affect the long-term fiscal sustainability. AG linked with this paragraph, because this paragraph is connected with the entity. It's about the performance of the entity, not the performance. It connect with elements. Can I translate in monetary way and not in connect with the outcomes itself? Maybe can be a way to. It's the best that I can think in this time.
I mean, that feels like it can work, actually. Patricia, I think we need to have a look at the drafting on that. But it is all about trying to get the clarity about the entity within the confines of the standard, and being consistent. So that sounds like we could work on that. Okay.
Good.
Okay.
All right, so if we're moving to the next page flip, then this is for the green text in 7.3.1, and the first reference is on page 4 in the table of contents. Then on to page 9, page 10, page 11, page 12, page 13, page 14, page 15, risk management, page 16, metrics and targets.
Karen.
Apologies, I'm back on a previous page. I can't keep up with you.
Sorry.
So I'm back on paragraph 21, which I think is within the scope of what's in the green bit. So paragraph 21, as I read it, says that in addition, an entity need not provide quantitative information about the anticipated effects if the entity does not have the skills, capability, or resources to provide that quantitative information. Does that mean that if you never bother to get the skills to do it, that you never have to do it? Because that's kind of the alert flag it gives to me. I completely understand that if you haven't got it, there should be some support for that, but that feels like it should be transitional rather than never having to get the skills that you need to do it. And I wondered, as worded, whether it could leave that impression. That might be what it says in S2, but is that really where we want to be? Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Go to staff on that.
Yeah, agree. Agree that it might be confusing or send a wrong signal on climate action, but this is actually in line with what was in IFRS-S2, and it's actually one of the proportionality mechanisms that they had provided to help entities in maybe in developing jurisdictions or with less resources to really to start reporting on climate without thinking, without that capacity constraints. So we also recognize that this is actually the case in a lot of entities and in jurisdictions with limited resources. But maybe something we can do is in the implementation stage, we can put out some staff guidance on to clarify that this is not the intent of the proportionality mechanism.
Alex, you wanted to add?
Just very much agree with everything you said, both Karens on this one. But maybe just something I have heard through IPSASB training sessions on this, because that exact point that you've raised, Karen, has come up, is that they don't see this as you can just say, well, I haven't attributed resources to this, therefore I'm making use of that proportionality mechanism. It's a broader view of, well, what resources are available, more in the context then of what Karen's describing, that there might be entities that are just not in the position to be able to do it. Not that they've made strategic decisions about the allocation of resource. That means they can't do it, if you see the distinction I'm making there.
Ross.
So the other thing, just a reminder, we have put it out like this, and I think we've got support for it as well. And I would just remember that paragraph 21, you also have to comply with paragraph 22. And there's a pretty high bar for the entity, what the entity has to do if it takes that relief. So it's not like it can do it without providing any thinking or guidance. It asks for more qualitative information. It asks for other quantitative information. So in most cases, when I read those two paragraphs together, I think I'd rather comply with 21 than have to do 22. So I don't really think we're getting a get it a jail free card there.
Viedre, are you on that?
Well, I was about to say the same thing as Ross, but I would add that everyone is confronted to his own responsibility. I mean, entities have a board of directors, supervisory organ, whatever, and they report because of 22, explain why you can't provide quantitative information. And then they have to take responsibility. I mean, the supervising organs or board of directors have to take responsibility for providing resources to their own accountability requirements.
Thanks. I mean, I think it's a very valid point, and notwithstanding, I think it probably would be quite helpful if we just called it out in BCs to sort of say that we have brought it over, that, those two paragraphs need to be read together, so the sort of bit of the sense of what the Adrian's just said, and therefore the board has decided to retain it. And if there's some nuances in terms of IPSASB material on this as well, that we just make that an amalgam that basically makes that point, that we're not trying to give people a free pass. It is part of proportionality, and we would expect it to be. That work okay? Okay. Thank you.
Good. All right. So I'll take us to then climate resilience at the bottom of page 13. Continues on page 14. Then into risk management on page 15. Metrics and targets on page 16. The capital deployment is added back in on page 17. Climate-related targets on page 18. Bottom of page 20, an effective date and transition. Good, and then into the AGs on page 24 and page 25. Hervé, that's an old one, right? You're flying.
Sorry, you're not still in Hervé? Okay.
Okay. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page 34, risk management, the AGs. Page 37, under scope 2, greenhouse gas emissions. Page 39. Good. Okay, then skipping over the previous AG we've already gone through. Takes us to Appendix B, general requirements. Good. And then actually onto the application guidance for the AGs and page 62. Page 63. Page 68. 69. Appendix C, qualitative characteristics on page 74. And basis for conclusions on page 85. Good.
Yep, Claudia.
Yeah.
I'm wondering why we call a BC or have to be in line with ISS 1 or 2. We can't have a BC because it's not a standard.
No, yeah, this is reflecting the proposed increased alignments. Sorry, 1 second. Oh yeah, this is reflecting the decisions made to with the proposed increase alignment with private sector guidance. So it's explaining why we removed the term own operations. So that's a BC in relation to that. BC 25.
And why we have only then for relation to the own operations and not the BC that we added additional tax to be in line with both standards? So
that's something that I think we can add into the BCs. Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
Sorry, Alex. So you still got your flag?
Oh, yeah, that's an ancient one. Sorry. Good. So that was the next one is past the BCs. On page 98. BC 62. So this is the explanation of the capital deployment. I'm bringing that back in. Then on to, let's see, implementation guidance.
So just to make the point, and I think it kind of comes out of Claudia's point, that these are our bases for conclusions. You know, if there is material from S2 that's helpful that we want to bring in that's underpins our reasoning, but these are our basis for conclusions.
Yeah. And that's the final reference for this section.
Okay, so that's taken us through the green ones. So take us into the next series of changes.
Yep. So our last group of changes are changes as a result of board decisions, instructions from our June and July meetings, but that's other than the two groups that we discussed earlier, which is to develop separate standards and also to align with private sector guidance. So this is everything except for that. And so in June and July, there were a few major decisions that the board made. That includes the greenhouse gas protocol. So the board decided to retain the rebuttable presumption of using the greenhouse gas protocol that has been added to the BCs. And then the board has also decided to retain scope 3 greenhouse gas emissions. That's been added to the BCs. In terms of materiality, the board decided to retain the IPSASB conceptual framework definition, but then we've also added signposting in the core text in paragraph 2, just to reflect some of those comments asking for us to elevate that materiality section in Appendix B up to the core text where it's easily found, and we've also added that to the BCs. Next is transition provisions. So the board has decided that the areas of transition are appropriate, but also to extend the scope 3 transition relief. So that's been extended in transition in the core text, but also we've put that in the BCs as well. And the board's thinking on that in the BCs. Next is general requirements. So the board decided to retain the proposed timing and location of reporting and also to align with IFRS S1. So in Appendix B. So that's been noted in the BCs as well. And the last major change coming out of June and July is SMC 10. So the board decided that all the areas in SMC 10 were appropriate. So we noted them in the BCs, but also the board instructed us to add illustrative guidance, implementation guidance related to climate financing mechanisms. So we've added an IG for climate financing mechanisms on green bonds in the IGs. And so we've also received some comments. There was one on the BCs on the rebuttable presumption of using the greenhouse gas protocol, and it asked us to emphasize better in the BCs that other methods need to be established methodologies. So this is something that's in the AGs, but then it's something that we can also add into the BCs if it better clarifies that points. The next comment that we received is on transition, and it's to reflect that 3-year transition period in the scope 3 BCs. So it's something that we added to the transition BCs, but not yet to the scope 3 BCs. It's something that we can do on our staff side as well to better reflect board decisions. So I'll pass it over to the chair for the page flip.
Okay, so third time through, this is actually reflecting those decisions. So we'll do as before. And I think probably, not to put pressure on, but I think when we get to the end of this one, we will then call a halt for today, and we will then move on and discuss materiality when we're all fresh tomorrow morning, because that's an important discussion to have. So, okay, Alex, third time.
Third time's a charm. Okay. So you'll have to be patient with me for this one because we have bright blue and then a highlighted blue too. So okay, I'll do my very best on it. The first then is in objective, where we have the signposting to materiality in the core text. The next reference that I have then is page 20, which Karen shared on transition.
So if you call out the paragraph references as well as the pages,
sure,
that's probably
okay,
helpful.
Yeah, can you get back to 20 then?
That's 39 to 41.
So that's paragraph 39 through to 41 on page 20. Do you see any? Yeah, and BC. Good. All right. Then we'll go on to BCs for the next relevant references. Let me get to that quickly. All right. So BC1, which is on page?
Page 80, BC1.
Page 80, okay. Yeah.
So that's on drawing from IFRS 2 and IFRS 1 for Appendix B.
And that continues on page 81. Next reference is page 83. And then under definitions on page 88. Sorry, and you wanted the paragraph references, Chair. So that's BC 32 and 33 on page 88. Then on page 91, BC 40, BC 41 on the top of page 92. Oh, sorry, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Claudia. Yeah, where are you?
I'm sorry, a little bit late. And it's going to be BC 32. Because I'm a little bit confused about when we have added terms defined in IPSASB standard are used in this standard with the same meanings as those standards and are reproduced in the glossary of defined terms published separately. Here we have in BC 32 a reference that we use the same terms. I'm wondering if that's wise, because we have a separate suite of standards to use terms from the other standards to cross-reference might be difficult to keep this over the long term. I personally would prefer have a separate glossary for this SRS, our own sustainability standards.
So the last time we met this, I think, was when we started publishing recommended practice guidelines. And I think probably what we did do then was reiterate the definitions. Could staff check on that So I think that's the precedent that we've got, because we had IPSAS and then we had a new series of guidance. So I think if we can just check on that, because if we need to bring the definitions in, then we do need to bring. So we can leave staff with that one and come back with a view.
Good. Right, so that was BC 88. The next reference was BC 40 on page 91, and BC 41 on page 92. Then to page 93, starting from BC 48 through to BC 52. BC 56 to 58 on page 94. Page 98, BC 63 and 64. Then to effective date transition, so BC 67 through 69. Then BC 80 and 81 on page 102.
Renee.
Just to flag that on 81, that's a decision that we haven't made yet. To advance, to prioritize the development or to advance the development, that's something we'll make tomorrow. So just
good.
Yeah, we'll reflect it, considering that the board will be discussing materiality tomorrow. But then, yeah, we'll be reflecting anything that comes out of that in the BCs.
Good. Okay, then to page 103, which is BC 88 through BC 91. On the implementation guidance, page 109 is IG 5. Nothing in IEs and nothing in comparison with IFRS S2. So that concludes the document.
Okay. So thank you to staff. Oh, sorry, Claudia.
Final. BC 33 says there are respondents which suggested modification to the proposed definitions, which are in IFRS S2, such as climate, resilience, global warming. The IPSAS board decided that this proposed definition provides appropriate guidance and did not identified any public sector reason to depart from the definition. So I would believe if there are modifications suggested and we accepted this modification, then we need some changes on page 6 and 7 in the definitions, but there is no changes at all. So then the BC maybe is wrong.
Karen.
I think we said we did not identify any public sector specific justification, but then I think we can better clarify it. These are not definitions that we took into the standard, just to clarify. Well, these are suggestions that we took.
So we should make clear that the proposal was to modify IFRS aligned definitions, and we decided no, we don't want to modify. I think there's something missing in the text. Reading this means they acknowledge we have modification and we click, yeah, we need.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think, Karen, if you can just work on with Claudia to make sure we get that right and in accordance with our policy. That's probably, if we lift wording from that, that's probably, and reference that, I think that's the way through on that one. I'm looking around, not seeing any flags raised at this stage. Now, I know I promised that we would have a final go through because I think there were one or two other points. I'm proposing that we do that first thing tomorrow morning. because I think we're all tired now, and we need a break, and actually we've earned a drink this evening. But I would like to thank staff for preparing the material. I think, it shows it's actually been a difficult piece of surgery, to actually, kind of bring it back to a single standard rather than a double, than including public policy programs. I think that was a slightly painful session, but important in terms of, coming back with a cleaned up standard that actually retains what we want, but also aligns more carefully, more closely with S2. And obviously, it will all become a lot clearer when we get to the check-in, and absolute promise we will have another read through at that stage, to make sure that we have actually then the consolidated, slimmed down draft standard does actually make sense, and it does tell the story. And obviously, hopefully at that stage, we will also have address some of the communication issues and so on that we've been talking about today. So thank you, staff. Thank you, board, for bearing with us on that session. And I think, Ross, unless there's anything else.
Just want to announce, to remind everybody, 5:30 on the 16th floor. We're having the social, so please join us. Casual dress is okay. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone. I think everyone earned a hard or soft drink tonight.
Yeah. Break. Claudia.
If it's sure that the people living or staying in the other hotel don't need the badge to go to the 16th floor?
It's a good question. I think you're good to go up. Somebody will be there to let you up.
Okay, so thank you very much, everybody, and look forward to seeing you this evening. Should be a nice evening. Okay, thank you. I'm back here for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.